Shalom, Israel. I am Sister Jackie. It's been 2 years since the last video in this series. However, I'm excited to share information for our quest to obtain everlasting life. I will not bore you with a long intro because there is so much to share. But to those elected to transform in this dark hour, I am pleased to assist with your journey. Now let's get into this video. Part 3 of this series has 7 sections: the 7 properties of man, kingdom of heaven, the mark, the Most High's passkey, the art of making love, the spiritual exodus, and the spiritual birth. I divided the sections into 2 video presentations. Presentation 1 is what you're looking at now, and the second I will complete on a later date. I needed to split the sections because the mark is extremely long, and I didn't want to delay providing some information. However, I will work on presentation 2, but it's not needed because so much is packed into this video. Therefore, I'm doing the last video for me because I like mapping things out. Before proceeding, please note that this video reviewed things from the previous videos. I needed to refresh the information to build to the finale, so please bear with me. Also, you will see a lot of my maps. Some I will walk through, and others I added for you to review in your spare time. Finally, this presentation has over 400 slides, so please forgive me if there are typos. I work by myself over here, and I did my best to proofread. Now let's get on with the sections. Section 1, the 7 properties of man. 2 Enoch chapter 30 verse 9. And I gave him 7 properties: hearing to the flesh, sight to the eyes, smell to the spirit, touch to the veins, taste to the blood, to the bones endurance, to the reason sweetness. Here's the 7 properties of man table. I match the body part with the form of matter or energy. Once I arrive at a mind map, the properties may appear on that slide. They are not there for me to always point them out because I weave the explanations in my presentation. This slide reveals the 7 components and properties comparison tables. The only thing to notice is that there is a property for each component's body part. There is also a mystery question on this particular slide. I will answer this teaser at the end of the presentation. Now let's move on to section 2. Kingdom of Heaven. To keep it simple for those new to their Hebrew Israelite heritage, I will briefly use how the KJV calls the Most High. All right. What is the kingdom of heaven, or the kingdom of God? Before answering that question, I must answer, who is God? Who is the supreme deity? Some may say the Most High is God, and others may add that Yeshua is God. I agree with both. Now I will read 2 Enoch chapter 24 verses 4 through 5, and then phrase the question differently. This is the Most High talking to Enoch. For before any visible things had come into existence, I, the one, moved around in the invisible things, like the sun from east to west and from west to east. But the sun has rest in himself, yet I did not find rest, because everything was not yet created. And I thought up the idea of establishing a foundation to create a visible creation. Here's the question. Did the Most High celestial body or his spirit move in the invisible? For guidance, let's look at the foundations for visible creation process flow. We know that the invisible is associated with the imagination, and the imagination is related to the mind. So my conclusion is that the Most High Spirit moved in the invisible. Now I have another question, and I never thought to ask myself this earlier in my spiritual walk, but it's essential to understand the answer. What is the Most High Spirit called? Well, if you've been paying attention to this series, then you already know his name is Light. Let's find that somewhere in the scriptures. 1 John chapter 1 verse 5. This then is the message which we have heard of him, and declare unto you that the Most High is light, and in him is no darkness at all. Psalm chapter 36 verse 9. For with thee is the fountain of life, in thy light shall we see light. Revelation chapter 21 verse 23. And the city had no need of the sun, neither of the moon, to shine in it, for the glory of the Most High did lighten it, and the Lamb is the light thereof. For those who like the pseudepigrapha, here's another precept. Life of Adam and Eve, chapter 28, verses 1 through 2. Hearing these words, I prostrated myself to the ground and worshiped the Most High Yah, saying, You are the eternal and Most High Yah, and all creatures give you honor and praise. You are the true light, shining above all lights, living life, incomprehensibly great excellence. To you the spiritual powers give honor and praise. You perform among all humanity the miracles of your mercy. So the most powerful and unimaginable light occupies the Most High's celestial body, and light out of light occupies his son Adoil Yeshua's celestial body. Is the light in the sun still God? Is he still the same deity? Let's look at one of our so-called inventions for some understanding. A powerful storm knocked out the electricity in a small town. Some people scrambled to light candles. Well, one man lit a giant candle. The flame from this thing was so magnificent that it illuminated the second floor. However, there were 2 more floors to light up, but it was too dangerous to walk around with that huge candle. So the man lit a smaller candle with the flame from the first candle. Then he used the smaller candle to light all the other candles in the house. Is the flame on all the candles the same light? Of course. The smaller candles aren't as powerful as the original. Nevertheless, it's the same light. This example is a simple illustration, but it's the Most High's way of showing us what he did in the spiritual realm. Let's review this type of scenario in the scriptures. John chapter 1 verses 1 through 14. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. Pay attention to the next verse. In him was life. Now who was that life? And the life was the light of men. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. There was a man sent from the Most High, whose name was John. The same came for a witness, to bear witness of the light, that all men through him might believe. He was not that light, but was sent to bear witness of that light. That was the true light which lighteth every man that cometh into the world. He was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. He came unto his own, and his own received him not. But as many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of light, even to them that believe on his name, which were born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of light. And the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory, the glory as the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. The true light in verse 9 describes Yeshua as the same light listed in the life of Adam and Eve, chapter 28, verse 2. And Yeshua will give the children of Israel who receive him the power to become the sons of light, which matches 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 5. So when Psalm chapter 82, verse 6, and John chapter 10, verse 34 say, "Ye are gods," it's saying, "Ye are light." Light is the supreme deity that occupies the Most High's celestial body. It tells us this multiple places in the scriptures. And here's a precept that Yeshua's name is light from the pseudepigrapha. But keep in mind that it's referencing him from the perspective of the Son of Man. Ode of Solomon, chapter 36, verses 1 through 8. I rested on the Spirit of the Most High, and she raised me up to heaven. In this verse, you must understand that our spirits are made from wisdom and the wind. So this spirit is wisdom. If you haven't already, watch the 7 Components of Man video to understand more. Continuing. And caused me to stand on my feet in the Most High's high place before his perfection and his glory, where I continued praising him by the composition of his odes. Yeshua speaks. The Spirit brought me forth before the Most High's face, and because I was the Son of Man, I was named the Light, the Son of the Most High. Because I was most praised among the praised, and the greatest among the great ones. For according to the greatness of the Most High, so she made me, and according to his newness, he renewed me. Who is she again? Wisdom. Wisdom is the spirit the Most High commanded to form man. Read 2 Enoch chapter 30. Continuing. And he anointed me with his perfection, and I became one of those who are near him. And my mouth was opened like a cloud of dew, and my heart gushed forth like a gusher of righteousness. And my approach was in peace, and I was established in the spirit of providence. Hallelujah. So the name of the spirit that occupies the Most High and Yeshua's celestial bodies is called light. Now in the Most High's light is faith, love, long-suffering, wisdom, knowledge, understanding, strength, holiness, truth, and more. These are attributes or qualities of light. So when Scripture mentions the kingdom of heaven or the kingdom of God, it's saying the kingdom of light. Adoil Yeshua, also known as day, is the kingdom of light, and Archaz, also known as night, is the kingdom of darkness. I didn't find other information about Archaz, but here's confirmation about Yeshua in Colossians chapter 1, verse 13. Who hath delivered us from the power of darkness, and hath translated us into the kingdom of his dear Son. Translate means to convert or transform us into the kingdom of his dear Son, the kingdom of light. If you follow the mind map for the word power, you will find kingdom in the flow and then the words period and age. The kingdom of light is the ultimate prize for the children of Israel because we are physically living in the kingdom of darkness. However, our ancestors, Adam and Eve, were formed in the kingdom of light. Initially, they didn't know darkness. But I will let Adam tell you. Apocalypse of Adam, chapter 1, verses 1 through 5. The revelation apocalypse which Adam taught his son Seth in the 700th year, saying, "Listen to my words, my son Seth. When the Most High created me out of the earth along with Eve your mother, I used to go about with her in a glory which she had seen in the eon from which we had come." Eon is the same as the word age. So Adam is saying that they were from a different period. And the precept for glory is 2 Enoch chapter 30 verse 11. Therefore Enoch and the apocalypse of Adam bear witness to Adam and Eve's original state. Continuing. She taught me a word of knowledge of the eternal Most High, and we were like the great eternal angels, for we were loftier than the deity who created us, and the powers that were with him whom we did not know. Then the Most High, the ruler of the eons and the powers, separated us wrathfully. Then we became 2 eons, 2 ages, light and darkness, life and death. Precept 2 Enoch chapter 30 verse 10. And the glory in our hearts deserted us, me and your mother Eve, along with the first knowledge that used to breathe within us. Notice there are 2 different components in verse 5. There's the glory in their hearts and the first knowledge that used to breathe within them. Did the verse say they no longer have knowledge? No, it says the first knowledge. Who is the first knowledge? She is wisdom from above. 2 Enoch chapter 30 verse 11. Genesis chapter 2 verse 7. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 7 verse 25. And I would add wisdom of Sirach chapter 1 verses 8 through 10. Adam confirms the breath in Genesis chapter 2 verse 7 includes wisdom. And Job chapter 33 verse 4 echoes the statement. The Spirit of the Most High hath made me, and the breath of the Almighty hath given me life. That breath is Neshama, wisdom and the wind. She forms the physical and spiritual man. Let's go back to the Apocalypse of Adam, chapter 1, verse 5. Now that glory in Adam and Eve's heart is who 2 Peter, chapter 1, verse 19 calls the day dawn and the day star. He is Adoil Yeshua, the light. The light deserted them when they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. This profound act of disobedience unleashed mankind's 2 natures, and that, brothers and sisters, lead us to section 3, the mark. I will touch on the mark from the book of Revelation. However, this video will not contain all of the steps to keep the world in a dark state. So for this section, I'll share what I've learned about the spiritual mark and the mark from the perspective of the war between the children of light and darkness. Okay, let's start with the scripture where the Most High pronounced judgment on the serpent after Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Genesis chapter 3 verse 15. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. The Septuagint version used different phrasing, but it's saying the same thing. Actually, I believe the Septuagint will help us to understand quicker, but I'll stick with the KJV because it's a more popular version. Both versions suggest that the serpent has a physical seed and the woman has a physical seed in the earth. But remember, Eve has Adam's DNA. And what's the law of marriage? The woman must have the man's DNA. That's the only way he can say, "This is bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh." After I looked at the scripture multiple times, I noticed two types of bruises. There's a spiritual bruise and a bruise that the serpent seed inflicts on the woman's seed and vice versa. I'll spend a whole lot of time on the process of the spiritual bruise because it confirms the strategies our enemies use to attack us. In case you're wondering, I highlighted the words bruise and observe from Job chapter 33 verse 4 to match bruise and watch from the different versions of Genesis chapter 3 verse 15. I did this to demonstrate that these verses refer to the same thing. Now, to understand the spiritual bruise, let's revisit the process of the woman's creation. So if we look at this slide, it illustrates that Yeshua was the starter plant in the natural, but also the spiritual. We went over most of this in the second video, but Colossians chapter 1 verse 15 confirms my understanding. It says, "Who is the image of the invisible Most High, the firstborn of every creature." This verse compares Yeshua to the Most High's spiritual image, but it also says that he is the firstborn of every creature. And Acts chapter 17 verse 29 gives us an idea of the Most High's order. It says, "For as much then as we are the offspring of the Most High, we ought not to think that the divinities is like unto gold or silver or stone, graven by art and man's device." Offspring is Strong's G 1085 genos. One biblical usage is the aggregate of many individuals of the same nature, kind, sort. Therefore, the Strong's definition of divinities bear witness that we are the offspring of the Most High, and Colossians emphasize that Yeshua is the firstborn of every creature. Let's look at that word creature. Strong's G 2937. Some of the outline of biblical usage indicates the act of founding, establishing, building. Creation, that is, the thing created of individual things, beings, a creature, and a creation. And the sum or aggregate of things created. So Colossians chapter 1 verse 15 attests that Yeshua is the starter plant. I mapped out the word founding from thesaurus.com. You may notice some familiar words from the Bible, such as planting, dayspring, dawn, root, foundation, and formed. We'll see all these words in this video. For now, I want to give one more precept that the Most High created man in his image. 2 Enoch chapter 65, verses 1 through 2. This is Enoch talking to his children. "Listen, my children, before ever anything existed, and before ever any existed thing was created, the Most High created the whole of his creation, visible and invisible. And however much time there went by, understand how, on account of this, he constituted man in his own form, in accordance with the similarity. So Adam was created in the Most High and Yeshua's image. Let's go back to one of the previous slides. As you may observe, I illustrated Adam's physical bride and Yeshua's spiritual bride. In both cases, the Most High took the wife out of the man. This is the law of marriage. The rules are the same in the physical and spiritual realms. It doesn't change because some didn't follow the plan. Now I understand why the Holy Spirit taught me the law of the seeds before revealing the creation process. I consider it the ABCs of the Bible. If I don't understand the rules in the physical or natural, then it's impossible to understand them in the spiritual because they follow the same commandments. Genesis chapter 2, verse 18. And the Most High Yah said, "It is not good that man should be alone. I will make him an helpmeet for him." This passage is fascinating because it says helpmeet. What's a helpmeet? The mind map shows what the word meet links to in the English. However, I found that it also has a spiritual meaning that we'll get into later. If you follow the mind map, you will see the word comparable. I like the New King James Version of this verse, but the word comparable can also mean like, which helps us to understand the Jubilees version. No matter which version, the woman must have the man's DNA. To see why this is important, let's look at the creation order for the bride. The Most High didn't make Eve in Yeshua's image. He made her in Adam's image. She inherited the genetic code from her husband. For this reason, Adam said, "She shall be called woman because she was taken out of man." The same goes for the spiritual bride order. The Most High didn't make Adam directly in his image. Adam inherited the holy attributes of the Most High from Yeshua. To get a broader understanding of how the bride's order works, let's review Ephesians chapter 5, verses 30 through 32. For we are members of his body, of his flesh, and of his bones. For this cause shall a man leave his father and mother, and shall be joined unto his wife, and they two shall be one flesh. This is a great mystery, but I speak concerning Yeshua and the church. The phrase shall be joined unto his wife in verse 31 has the same spiritual meaning as the phrase helpmeet mentioned in Genesis chapter 2 verse 1 and be meet from the Strong's definition for hath made in Job chapter 33 verse 4. When I trace the words body, flesh, and bones, they all lead to the word anatomy. Hence the reason why I stress that the woman must have the man's DNA. If she doesn't, the offspring from that union will have a mixed anatomy. And the order decreed by the Most High is that all of his creation follow the command, kind after his kind. As I walk through the mark, I hope to demonstrate why understanding this is crucial. But let's continue. The promised ancestry flow shows us that the royal bloodline was given to Adam and eventually trickled down to Seth, Enoch, Noah, Shem, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and the children of Israel. There are others excluded from this flow. I just touched on some of the more recognizable names. Back to Genesis chapter 3 verse 15. The word bruise is Strong's H7779. The Strong's definition says, figuratively to overwhelm, bruise, break, and cover. This meaning is interesting because to break something means to open it, and to cover something means to bury, protect, crown, veil, clothe, or enclose it. Following the word enclose, you will find the words circle and limit. These key words will shortly appear again in this video. Now back to the Strong's word for bruise. The outline of biblical usage says to bruise, crush, gape upon, desire, seize, strike out, and to fall upon, bruise. This usage is on blueletterbible.org, but we will seek understanding based on what we already know about bruises. I observed 7 things. You may see more than me. However, I did add a mystery thing later in the presentation. Here's a picture of a young man's bruised fingers. What do you notice about them? Well, I noticed that a bruise is a mark, and that mark is on a particular object. Therefore, the marked objects are his 2 fingernails. So a mark and an object are the first 2 things associated with a bruise. Next, a bruise is associated with a substance. If you look at the picture again, you may notice blood inside of the man's fingernails. In this case, the blood is the substance. Let's pause to take this opportunity to review a definition for the word mark. It's a visible impression or trace on something, as a line, cut, dent, stain, or bruise. Therefore, the mark or impression must be on an object. If we look at the word something on thesaurus.com, it includes the synonyms object, thing, and substance. So this tells me that I'm on the right track. Let's review what we have so far. A bruise is associated with the mark, object, and substance. Next up is the 4th thing, scent. A bruise or mark is associated with smell. In this case, the young man's nails probably smelled like dried blood. But now it gets interesting. Animals have distinctive smells from humans. I had a dog and he smelled like a dog. Cats, reptiles, fishes, and other types of flesh have different scents. Scents are one way we identify other creatures. Recall times when chicken or beef were baking in the oven. Doesn't chicken smell like chicken, and beef smells like beef, and fish smells like fish? That's their mark. Paul gave us some insight into the different types of flesh in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 39. All flesh is not the same flesh, but there is one kind of flesh of men, another flesh of beasts, another of fishes, and another of birds. This leads to the 5th thing, image. The aroma may spark your imagination of what's baking in the oven. Now the image and color are connected. You can't have an image without a color. But we understand this when we snap pictures or make videos of ourselves. That image reflects us unless we've added a visual effect. Like this young lady, the picture represents her image and color. If it reflected anything else, I'm pretty sure she would be dumbfounded. Remember, one definition for an image is a physical likeness or representation of a person, animal, or thing, photographed, painted, sculptured, or otherwise made visible. So the image and color must be the same as the original. Let's return to the picture of the young man. Now the color has a name. The color of the blood is crimson, so crimson is the name. But not all of his 2 fingernails are bruised. The left bruise is around the perimeter, and the one on the right extends toward the bottom. So this leads to the last thing associated with a bruise, territory. We already understand this too. That's why we outline the areas of different continents, countries, states, cities, towns, and personal properties. Here's the dog again. Notice how he's urinating on the tire. That's him marking his spot. So even animals mark their territory. Here's a recap. A bruise is associated with a mark, object, substance, scent, image, and color, the name of that color, and territory. These are the things that I found for bruises. However, in this video, we'll deal with the word mark instead of bruise. But I mapped out the word bruise from thesaurus.com. You may notice the word mark on the list, which links to the other things associated with the bruise. So just like my observation of a bruise, thesaurus.com shows the same thing. Now we want to get a better understanding of the mark. Specifically, we need to know what object is marked. To explore this further, let's go to the female's creation process flow. Believe it or not, that simple diagram has clues, and I didn't even see this coming when I laid out the flow. If you recall from the second video, there are 3 essential functions of ribs. They are support, protection, and respiration. We also learned that the word rock has the same 3 essential functions. So if you look at the female's creation process flow, it's pointing to each of these functions as discussed in the second video. But did you notice anything? There's a letter. To clarify, I'll use straight lines inside an oval shape. Do you see it now? What about now? Those familiar with ancient Paleo-Hebrew know this is the 9th letter of the alphabet, called Ta. Notice that it's a circle, and one of the lines points to protection. If you recall, one Strong's translation for the word bruise is cover. And here's the mind map again. The words protect and circle are on the flow. So Ta includes a circle and protection. We'll go into the root word for Ta shortly, but for now, Ta is made from 2 other Hebrew letters that take us one step closer to the object that's marked. Ta are the Hebrew letters I with the Tha in the middle. And here are the key words from earlier. The I in Ta is a circle, and the Tha is limited to what's inside the circle. So the circle is the object. Before we go into the root words for all of them, I have another Hebrew letter to pull out of the female's creation process flow. Do you see it? Here's a better look. It's the 19th letter of the ancient Paleo-Hebrew alphabet, called Kwa. Let's look at all 4 Paleo-Hebrew letters. We have Ta, which is an I with a Tha in the middle, and we have Kwa. Now it's time to look at each of these letters' root words for more understanding. The root word for the letter I is ayan, which means I. The root word for the letter Ta is tat, and it means clay to store. Tha's root word is thaw, a sign or mark. Finally, the root word for Kwa is quap, which means circle and horizon. Sa is another letter on the female's creation process flow. Its root word samak means support and thorn. This word aid the other words, so I'll touch on it in this presentation. Now that we understand the root words, we want to break it down even further, but this time map it to scriptures. But first, let's note what we have so far on the 7 things associated with a bruise flow. The root word ayan, or I, is the object, but remember, it's also our enemy's target. Since it's their target, let's look at a definition for the word object as it relates to the eye. In the study of optics, It's the thing of which a lens or mirror forms an image. Optics is the branch of physical science that deals with the properties and phenomena of visible and invisible light and with vision. Notice they use the phrase both visible and invisible light. It appears someone read the book of Enoch. Now that I got those definitions out of the way, let's get into the eye. According to the 7 properties of man, the Most High gave sight to the eyes. However, ayan is related to all of the properties. To explore how it works, let's look at the first recorded verse in the KJV about the eye. Genesis chapter 3 verse 5. This is the serpent talking to Eve. For the Most High doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as deities, knowing good and evil. Open means to be observant. According to dictionary.com, observant means careful in observing of a law, custom, religious ritual, or the like. Looking at, watching, or regarding attentively, watchful, and quick to notice or perceive, alert. There's an arrow from the word opened to the Strong's word for bruise as a reminder of when I said, to break something means to open it. Now let's find the exact underlined words from Genesis chapter 3 verse 5 in the modern Hebrew word for the eye. Strong's H 5869. Looking at Strong's definitions, you may see that I highlighted the words eye, knowledge, and open. These words apply to the biblical usage as showing mental qualities. When it says qualities, it also means attributes or nature. Of spiritual and mental faculties, figurative, and spring, fountain. Remember that these phrases directs us to the spiritual or the mind's eye. And this is apparent in the mind map for the word faculty. As you may observe on your left, faculty links to the mind, wisdom, and imagination. Most of the 7 properties of man spring from the word sense, but the property endurance shows up from the word strength. If you follow the bright blue arrows, you may notice 4 of the 7 things associated with the bruise on the flow. Faculty also links to image, name, and territory, but I excluded those to limit the size of the mind map for this slide. Genesis chapter 3 verse 19 set the stage that the phrase, "In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread," is referencing physical and spiritual labor. I will go into more detail as we proceed through these letters. Now back to ayan. The root word ayan is from the letters I, Ya, and Na. The root word for Ya is Yad, and it means hand or arm. The root word for Na is Nan, which means seed, sprout. Each letter in ayan is the key to understanding the Apocalypse of Adam, chapter 1, verse 5, Genesis chapter 3, verse 5, and chapter 3, verse 22. So we want to dig a little deeper to find out what's happening with the eye. The one thing I notice is the empty space within the circle. If you look at the word empty on thesaurus.com, there are many words under the adjective containing nothing. Nothing is essential because it returns us to the Most High's creation process flow. The Most High called a Doyle and Archives from the lowest darkness, also known as non-existent or nothing. So it appears the Most High designed a version of this process for us. Here's our imagination manifestation process flow. Seed springs up from nothing or the lowest darkness. We'll see this again when we get to non. Genesis chapter 1 verse 2 foreshadowed this process. The Strong's word for without form is tahuv. One biblical usage is formlessness of primeval earth, nothingness and empty space. Before all the beauty in the earth, there was darkness, which aligns with the Most High's creation process flow. I couldn't help but to add a bonus word. If you shift your eyes to the bottom left, you will see synonyms for unreality. Amazingly, a biblical usage for without form links directly to the imagination. Moreover, dictionary.com says formless means that it lacks a definite or regular form or shape. It is shapeless. And the mind map shows that shapeless links to the invisible. We will get into this more throughout this video. But for now, let's compare the Hebrew definition of the face with the Hebrew meaning of the eye. Strong's H6440 and H5869. Notice both have similar words such as countenance, face, favor, presence, and sight. In order to connect the eye to the phrase, darkness was upon the face of the deep, let's look at a physical eye to understand the spiritual eye. Those familiar with anatomy of the eye already know that the bluish colored area is called the iris, and the darkness in the center of the iris is the pupil. So there was darkness upon the face of the deep, and we have darkness upon our physical eyes. Make note of that. It's time to get into the second letter in ayan, which is Yah. The root word for Yah is Yad, and it means hand or arm. In the last video, we learned that the wisdom from above is the hand man must put forth to take of the tree of life. We also looked at the definition of two from the phrase to know good and evil. As a reminder, it's used for expressing motion or direction toward a point, person, place, or thing, approach and reach, as opposed to from. With this definition in mind, I mapped out the entire life cycle process. The life cycle is the kinetic energy mentioned in the second video, and walking through the steps helped me to understand its movement from inception to birth. Now let's go to Genesis chapter 3 verse 22. And the Most High Yah said, Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat and live forever. We can confirm who the hand is from 2 Enoch chapter 30 verse 11. Her breath plays a significant role in perpetuating the life cycle. Moreover, Genesis chapter 3 verse 22 tells us each step in the process. The relevant parts are in red with explanations on the next slide. The table contains phrases, Hebrew words, biblical usages, and definitions. My goal is to talk about each of these phrases. So let's begin with and take, which is Strong's H3947. Two words I pulled from the Hebrew are seize and bring. Seize may be familiar because it's in the outline of biblical usage for the word bruise. However, I will focus on the word bring because it describes a female giving birth. And since our spiritual eyes must show something, the stages are similar to natural childbirth. I'll share some of those scriptures now. The best place to start is with the law of the seeds. Genesis chapter 1 verse 11. And the Most High said, Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. And it was so. The key phrases in this verse are earth bring forth and fruit tree yielding fruit. Typically, the female brings forth or yields something. The Bible makes this evident because it describes the earth in feminine form. But what's the connection to our spiritual eyes? The Hebrew word for bring forth has the same meaning as non in ayan. Both mean to sprout or spring a seed. Now let's review in outline for the law of the seeds. Here are the rules. Male and female of the same kind. Female bring forth fruit in the image of the male. Sowing and reaping. Genesis chapter 5 verse 2 tells us that the two together were called Adam, so they are one with the other. Therefore, it is the male and female's responsibility to reproduce the image of the male to honor the law, kind after his kind. Let's go back to Genesis chapter 1 verse 11. The mind map solidifies my point that bring forth is related to the spiritual eye. If you look on the right, the word forth links to eye, understandable, observable, and open. Now let's move to other scriptures that describe Zion, our inner natures, women, and wisdom bringing forth fruit like the earth. Isaiah chapter 66 verses 7 through 9. Before she travailed, she brought forth. Before her pain came, she was delivered of a man-child. Who hath heard such a thing? Who hath seen such things? Shall the earth be made to bring forth in one day? Or shall a nation be born at once? For as soon as Zion travailed, she brought forth her children. Shall I bring to birth and not cause to bring forth, saith the Most High? Shall I cause to bring forth and shut the womb, saith thy Elohim? Bring forth in these verses is a different Hebrew word from Genesis chapter 1 verse 11, but it still means the same thing. Next is our inner natures. Luke chapter 3 verse 8. Bring forth therefore fruits worthy of repentance, and begin not to say within yourselves, We have Abraham to our father. For I say unto you that the Most High is able of these stones to raise up children unto Abraham. Psalm chapter 7 verse 14. Behold, he travaileth with iniquity, and hath conceived mischief, and brought forth falsehood. Job chapter 15 verse 35. They conceive mischief, and bring forth vanity, and their belly prepareth deceit. Psalm chapter 37 verse 6. And he shall bring forth thy righteousness as the light, and thy judgment as the noonday. Next are scriptures about women. Genesis chapter 3 verse 16. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow, and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. Matthew chapter 1 verse 23. Behold, a virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which being interpreted is the Most High with us. Finally, we're at wisdom. Wisdom of Sirach, chapter 1, verse 9 said that the Most High poured her out upon all his works. Well, now we get to see wisdom in action. Hellenistic Synagogal Prayers, chapter 3, verses 15 through 17, found in the pseudepigrapha. Thereafter were prepared races of differing living creatures, those found on dry land, those living in water, those traversing the air, and amphibians. And by the skilled wisdom of your forethought is given to each one the appropriate providence. For just as she was not exhausted in bringing forth differing races, neither has she neglected to make for each one a different providence. According to this prayer, wisdom brought forth all living creatures. These verses are precepts for Job chapter 33 verse 4, Ode of Solomon chapter 36 verse 5, and 2 Enoch chapter 30 verse 8. Since this prayer mentioned creatures, let's look at firstborn from Colossians chapter 1 verse 15. Strong's G 44:16, and it repeats that Yeshua is the firstborn of all creation. One of the root words for firstborn is G 5088. The usage states to bring forth, bear, and produce fruit from the seed. If you continue reading, it reveals a woman giving birth and the earth bringing forth fruits. So basically, it verifies what we've already learned. Also, the mind map for bring shows 3 actions needed to transport a seed from inception to birth. The arrows direct us to the related words in the Strong's definition for hath made, but the butterflies reveal the action words. As shown in the life cycle process, the action words are take, eat, and give. These movements propel the seed through the different birth stages. But why is this process important? The female's commitment to this process fuels the anatomy of the male. By replicating his genetic code, she saves his pure seed from extinction. She can only do this by following the command, kind after his kind. She must be just like him to execute this critical job function. Let's go to the Apocalypse of Adam, chapter 1, verse 5, to see how this relates to the spiritual realm. This verse reveals the fallout after the spiritual bride rebelled against the Most High's order. Adam tells us that they became 2 eons. Spiritually, this means that they became 2 different seeds. However, we can ascertain why the glory in their hearts and the first knowledge deserted them by looking at the mind map for the word extinct. The flow connects to earthly, worldly, beastly, and carnal. And since Romans chapter 8 verse 7 tells us that the carnal mind is enmity against Yahweh, it's contrary to the law of the seeds for light to produce fruit with the wisdom of darkness. But Yeshua paved the way for us to be reborn. Let's go back to the table for Genesis chapter 3 verse 22. As you may see, the table includes the 3 action words, take, eat, and give. Eve depicted these same actions in Genesis chapter 3 verse 6. Watch how the actions are creatively woven in this verse. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. I'll go into what it means by both of them eating the fruit later, but the key thing to remember about this verse is that the female took the fruit, ate it, and then gave it to her husband. Moreover, I imagine she used her hand to execute these critical actions. Where am I going with this? Genesis chapter 3 verse 22 says, "Lest he put forth his hand." So Eve portrayed the same role as wisdom. Let's go to the final letter in Ayan. The root word for na is nan, and it means seed, sprout. Since Adam and Eve unleashed the dark age, the seed sprouts things from the different ages. So this means the spiritual bride can bear fruit from either source. Once she gives birth, the eye exposes who she copulated with inside her mind. Therefore, we must walk through this process in our quest to obtain everlasting life. Now, the seeds are known by the following names, but for the sake of this root word, I'll focus on the names associated with the action word give. Before looking at both of them, let's start with the name originally passed to Adam. In the last row, the pink butterfly reveals the name life. Thus, the breath that flowed through Adam's nostrils gave his body life, so it's the essence of animated beings. Let's go to the next slide. Here's the hierarchy of life. I didn't create a pyramid, but number 1 shows the Most High is the Father of life, which means immortality starts with him. The remainder of the slide reveals the order for the spiritual and physical realms. As you may see, the males are the gatekeepers for the seed of life. Without their seeds, the females have nothing to birth. However, the females are the final givers of life. For natural things to come into existence, it must flow through them. Here's why understanding the law of the seeds is very important. And it's centered around the purpose of breath. The answer falls under the rule kind after his kind. Nevertheless, I'll share how specific definitions reinforce this understanding. As I proceed, please remember that there are 2 branches of life. There's the branch that reveals things from the seed of life, and there's the branch that shows things from the seed of death. I'll focus on the seed of life right now because I'm talking about the state before Adam and Eve's fall. Okay, let's continue. The Hebrew word ha means look, reveal, and breath. Apply this meaning to Job chapter 33, verse 4. The Spirit of Yah hath made me, and the breath of the Almighty hath given me life. That breath is Nishama, wisdom and the wind, and her ultimate goal is to bring forth the seed of life in our hearts. Furthermore, the definition on the right provides a blueprint for her to follow. Look means to appear to be, look like. Next, view the synonyms beneath look like. The words mirror, resemble, follow, reflect, and replicate are on the list. Now look at the synonyms beneath the other 2 words. In the life cycle process, arise in spring fall under the phrase is become, and the synonyms live and breathe fall under the phrases and live and to know. So the purpose of breath is to save the male seed from extinction. Likewise, I discovered our mother Eve receive the same divine order. I'm happy to share my findings, but I think it's more appropriate to first track life from Adam. I know we can find this in Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, but it's also hidden in the definition of his name. So follow me to Strong's H 120. As displayed, the definition says Adam means ruddy. Some have debated the interpretation of this word, but take a look at the spiritual connection. Ruddy links to full of life, light, illuminated, polished, burnished, and glorious. These are also the attributes of the Most High and Yeshua. But the key takeaway is that Adam means full of life. Now let's turn our attention to Mother Eve. Genesis chapter 3, verse 20. And Adam called his wife's name Eve, because she was the mother of all living. But the Septuagint version says, and Adam called his wife's name Life, because she was the mother of all living. Eve is Strong's H 2332. The biblical usage agrees that her name means life or living. So the Strong's definition calls her a life giver. Sounds familiar? But there's more. Let's go to the circle root word. Strong's H 2331. Notice that the outline of biblical usage includes to breath. If you recall, the Hebrew word for ha means look, reveal, and breath, which explains the other usage to tell, declare, show, and make known. The last words take us back to the phrase to know in the life cycle process. All right, the generic overview of the kinetic energy process is almost complete. We reviewed some of this in the second video, but it's important to walk through it again to squash any doubts before moving to the next level. Let's go back to the Hebrew word for the eye. So far, I showed that showing mental qualities is connected to the life cycle process. But I haven't shown any scriptures with a direct relationship between the spiritual eye and the spiritual heart. After all, this is very important since the spiritual female gives birth in the heart. So we must understand how the two interact with each other. Therefore, allow me to go to Wisdom of Sirach, chapter 17, verses 1 through 13, for the answer. The Most High created man of the earth and turned him into it again. He gave them few days and a short time, and power also over the things therein. He endued them with strength by themselves, and made them according to his image, and put the fear of man upon all flesh, and gave him dominion over beasts and fowls. They received the use of 5 operations of the Most High, and in the 6th place he imparted to them understanding, and in the 7th speech, an interpreter of the cogitation thereof. Cogitations means deep thoughts. Therefore, our speech is an interpreter of our deep-seated thoughts. Counsel and a tongue, and eyes, ears, and a heart gave he them to understand. Withal he filled them with the knowledge of understanding, and shewed them good and evil. Remember, shew is the same as to know, like to know good and evil. The next verse is the part we're looking for. Continuing. He set his eye upon their hearts, that he might shew them the greatness of his works. So to be clear, the Most High is the deity who placed the eye upon our hearts. I'm stressing this point for those who believe the spiritual eye is evil. Continuing. He gave them to glory in his marvelous acts forever, that they might declare his works with understanding. And the elect shall praise his holy name. Beside this, he gave them knowledge and the law of life for an heritage. He made an everlasting covenant with them and shewed them his judgments. Their eyes saw the majesty of his glory, and their ears heard his glorious voice. This verse referred to a particular bloodline that started with Adam. Also, the wisdom of Sirach did an excellent job of indirectly expressing that the eye shows spiritual and mental qualities from the heart. As you may see from the green arrows, the verses use key words that direct us back to the life cycle process. All right, now, I want to share two related scriptures. Matthew chapter 13, verse 15. The disciples asked Yeshua why he talked to the people in parables. Yeshua responded, "For this people's heart is waxed gross, and their ears are dull of hearing, and their eyes they have closed, lest at any time they should see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and should understand with their heart, and should be converted, and I should heal them." Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 9. Beware that there be not a thought in thy wicked heart, saying, The 7th year, the year of release, is at hand, and thine eye be evil against thy poor brother, and thou givest him naught, and he cry unto the Most High against thee, and it be sin unto thee. The eye is singular in this verse, so it basically refers to the spiritual eye, not the physical ones. Okay, let's go to the imagination manifestation process flow. If you look at non-existent flowing into the invisible, I place the eyes above the heart as recorded in the wisdom of Sirach chapter 17, verse 8. The soul beneath the eye emulates the day dawn and the day star arising in our hearts. To solidify our understanding of this, let's go to Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. And the Most High Yah formed the man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. On the surface, this verse appears to only reference the physical formation of man. However, the mind map also connects to the spiritual. Dust branches off to the earth, vapor, breath, and water. Why are these words so important? According to 2 Enoch chapter 30, our flesh is from the earth, our reason is from the mobility of angels and the clouds, and our spirits are from wisdom and the wind. But what exactly is the wind? It's air in motion. So the physical and spiritual components of man come from the air. Here's some information about the atmosphere. According to the University of Arizona, the Earth's atmosphere is mostly composed of a mixture of gases with very tiny quantities of aerosols, which are solid and liquid particles suspended in the air. The article referred to tiny quantities of solid and liquid particles. If we apply this to Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, the solid substance is from the earth, and the liquid is from the water. So the next question to ask is, what's a particle? regarding physics, it's one of the extremely small constituents of matter, as an atom or nucleus. But particle is also a seed. Therefore, Genesis chapter 2, verse 7 cleverly cloaks the fact that the dust of the ground also means the seed of the ground. Jeremiah chapter 2, verse 13. For my people have committed two evils. They have forsaken me, the fountain of living waters, and hewed them out cisterns, broken cisterns that can hold no water. And what's the spiritual state of a broken cistern that can't hold living water? It's dry, very, very dry. Okay, here's why I know this verse relates to the seed of life. For one thing, living means life. Also, I mind mapped the word fountain. That word is essential because one of the outline of biblical usage of the eye means spring and fountain. Here's the mind map. Lots of activity on this page, but the seed is located in the rectangle on the right. So what this means is that the seeds are in the water. I'm unable to comprehend any other way to explain it. And believe it or not, one of our ancestors portrayed the role in the past. Exodus chapter 2, verses 1 through 6. And there went a man of the house of Levi, and took to wife a daughter of Levi. And the woman conceived and bare a son. And when she saw him that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months. And when she could not longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes, and daubed it with slime and with pitch, and put the child therein. And she laid it in the flags by the river's brink. And his sisters stood afar off, to wit what would be done to him. And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself at the river, and her maidens walked along the river's side. And when she saw the ark among the flags, she sent her maid to fetch it. And when she had opened it, she saw the child, and behold, the babe wept. And she had compassion on him, and said, This is one of the Hebrews' children. Do you see the spiritual connection? This table includes words from the previous verses and their spiritual interpretations. I will not review the entire list because I will reference others in the next root word. But I want to point out the words after the blue arrows. Ark is Strong's H8392. Moses was in a basket vessel. Spiritually, a basket is a container, vessel, boat, in storage. The child, Strong's H3206, boy, offspring, fruit, represents the seed of life. Next, the river is self-explanatory because it's water. Opened is Strong's H6605, and it means to appear, engrave, draw, and break forth. These definitions symbolize the day dawn and the day star arising in the heart. Now remember verse 5 said, The daughter of Pharaoh saw the ark among the flags and sent her maid to fetch it. Now imagine the maid's movements. To fetch it, she had to lift it out of the water into the air to deliver it to Pharaoh's daughter. So the maid's motion depicted the seed of life drawn out of the water. Don't believe me? Let's go to verse 10. And the child grew, and she brought him unto Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. And she called his name Moses and said, because I drew him out of the water. Now take a look at the Strong's definitions for Moses. It says, drawn out of water. Is this a coincidence? Well, follow the red arrows to decide for yourself. But for now, let's go back to Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. The second part of this verse says, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. The soul is H 5315. The outline of biblical usage calls it the breathing substance. So I placed arrows next to activity of mind, activity of the will, activity of the character. Notice that the mind map tracks activity to childbirth. Next, let's look at the phrase breath of life. The most minor details clarify what something means. For example, the word of from the phrase breath of life translates into a whole new perspective. Therefore, equivalent to that word, shift the phrase to breath coming from life, breath like life, breath containing life, and breath out of life. The last translated phrase is a comparison to Genesis chapter 2, verse 23, because breath out of life sounds like the woman taken out of man. Now let's update the 7 things associated with the bruise flow. Since the eye shows something, I added substance below object, which reflects the spiritual eye, revealing things from the soul and heart. This completes the letter Na and the entire root word ion. Next up is the letter Ta. I'll start with this introduction. Genesis chapter 3, verses 17 through 19. And unto Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for thy sake. In sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground. For out of it wast thou taken, for dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. As mentioned earlier, the sweat of thy face references spiritual and physical labor. Therefore, in the following word, I'll build upon how this impacts the spiritual side of man. So the root word for ta is tat, which means clay to store. The first thing to realize is that the symbol for ta represents the ark from Exodus chapter 2, verse 3. You can also think of it as a basket vessel or boat, whose primary job is transporting things from the invisible and visible realms. Therefore, in the life cycle process, Tot encompasses the phrases he put forth and take and eat. The words on the right fall under these 3 phrases. Now the Most High warned Adam, thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. But how do these apply to eating things from the invisible and visible realms? Well, let's look at the table for Exodus chapter 2, verses 1 through 6. To explore the answers, I placed arrows next to the rows for flags and brink, to draw attention to the words bolded in green, because an herb is equivalent to a weed, and the mouth pit and face consume things. So to continue my understanding of this subject, I mind mapped the word herb. Before I start, here's a quick overview. The colorful numbers correspond to numbers on the 7 components of man table, and the orange arrows highlight words from Genesis chapter 3 verses 18 through 19. This flow reveals that these verses relate to the spiritual or invisible realm. To the left of the mind map, the word herb connects to essence, nature, meat, and thrust. Thrust is essential because it penetrates the mouth or pit, so it falls under the tab called point of communication. But what is communication? It's a way of giving and exchanging information and ideas, which tells me that eating spiritual herbs is also associated with eating information. But let's continue with the mind map. After thrust, it flows to the word meaning and point. In the thesaurus for point, there's a tab called meaning, essence, in accord with the last words. However, I deviated to the tab called sharp end, top, end of extension to show that the point of communication is also a weapon. And the flow shows that because it leads to thorn, thistle, arrow, dart, sword, rod, and staff. So when Genesis chapter 3 verse 15 talks about the enmity between the serpent seed and the woman's seed, the battle is initiated at the point of communication. This verse may explain why the Septuagint version says, "Watch against thy head, and thou shalt watch against his heel." I will dive into this more to share the little I've learned, but think about when the serpent beguiled Eve into eating from the forbidden tree. The battle started at the point of communication. When we get to the root word thaw, I'll discuss it from the weaponry perspective. But for this root word, I'll focus on the substances and the entry points. Now let's take a trip to the potter's house. Jeremiah chapter 18 verses 1 through 4. The word which came to Jeremiah from the Most High, saying, Arise, and go down to the potter's house, and there I will cause thee to hear my words. Then I went down to the potter's house, and behold, he wrought a work on the wheels. And the vessel that he made of clay was marred in the hand of the potter. So he made it again another vessel, as seemed good to the potter to make it. I love this visual scene. Do you think the vessel was physically or spiritually marred? Perhaps both? According to Strong's H7843, marred means corrupt, ruin, spoil, and batter. Therefore, it's equivalent to being injured and bruised. And since our nation is in a fallen state, it means physically and spiritually to me. The 4th verse say, the vessel was made of clay. We know this is the substance used to form our physical bodies. However, my research discovered it's symbolic of the imagination. The key is deciphering the Hebrew word for vessel on the right. The outline of biblical usage includes an article, vessel, implement, and utensil. On the surface, this does not mean much. However, the next slide shows the connection using the word utensil. The blue check marks reveal that the mind map links to the imagination and vessel. But pay attention to the words device and machine, because I will eventually show that they are related to our thoughts. Let's review scriptures about imagination, thoughts, and hearts. The fourth book of Ezra, chapter 16, verses 61 through 63 from the pseudepigrapha. Who formed man and put a heart in the midst of his body, and gave him breath and life and understanding and the spirit of Almighty Elohim, who made all things and searches out hidden things in hidden places. Surely he knows your imagination and what you think in your hearts. Genesis chapter 6, verse 5. And the Most High saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. 1 Chronicles chapter 29, verse 18. O Yahweh Elohim of Abraham, Isaac, and of Israel, our fathers, keep this forever in the imagination of the thoughts of the heart of thy people, and prepare their heart unto thee. One observation is that the imagination, thoughts, and heart work in unison in these scriptures. So these verses insinuate that imagination comes from the thoughts risen in our hearts. But how did those thoughts get there? Well, let's look at the imagination manifestation process flow. Thoughts come from the invisible and visible realms, which means that everything we look at with our physical eyes, things we hear with our ears, and things that travel through breath sow in our souls for the purpose of arising in our hearts. As I proceed, you may agree that these methods polluted the Most High's inheritance. And we're going to get into that. But it's time to share the Hebrew words for imagination, thought, and heart. On the left is Strong's H3336 for their imagination. The outline of biblical usage describes it as pottery. So this is our first connection to the vessel made out of clay from the potter's house. Letter B continues with purpose, imagination, and device, intellectual framework. We reviewed the framework in the last video, but keep in mind the word device. Moving to the right is Strong's H3820 for the heart. I underlined the words knowledge, understanding, and reflection because these are qualities of wisdom. Do you remember her commitment? It's to save the male seed from extinction. And she does this by replicating his image in our hearts. So the reflection mind map demonstrates her obedience because imagination, image, likeness, reproduction, and replication are on the flow. Now let's look at a Hebrew word for thought. Strong's H4284. Looking at the Strong's definitions, you will find the anticipated words machine, and device. Next, shift your eyes to the screenshot for thought. The red arrows expose that thought is a formation of mental objects. But what does it mean by mental objects? The mind map tells the story that mental objects are substances. However, it's also a texture that is characteristic of a surface. I brought that up because it reminded me of the child by the river's brink in Exodus chapter 2, verse 3. Anyway, the formation of mental objects is the crystallization of mental substances. So this gives us a taste of how the potter molds the spiritual clay. Now let's try to pull the pieces together from the Most High's poem. 2 Enoch chapter 30 verse 9. Behold, I have thought up an ingenious poem to recite. From invisible substances, I created man. From both his natures come both death and life. And as my image, he knows the word like no other creature. But even at his greatest, he is small, and again, at his smallest, he is great. The Most High creatively revealed the names, death and life. These foundational seeds are in the invisible substances, so they are the roadmap for the genetic state of the bride. Furthermore, the mind map connects the word nature to substance, matter, and body. So when Ephesians chapter 5 verse 30 says, "For we are members of his body," it's guiding us to the substances, also known as a form of matter. Let's go to the diagram ways to form or transform matter from the first video. I added more to this flow to show its relationship to 2 Enoch chapter 30 verse 9 and the Most High's creation process flow. An official definition for matter is physical or corporeal substance, in general, whether solid, liquid, or gaseous, especially as distinguished from incorporeal substance as spirit or mind, or from qualities, action, and the like. So as shown in this diagram, corporeal are the visible substances, such as hands, other body parts, and other forms of physical matter. And incorporeal are invisible things we may see with our spiritual eyes, such as spirits, the imagination, hidden darkness, and inner qualities. Sound is invisible too, but it's not a substance. According to a professor from Florida State College at Jacksonville, sound is the vibration of any substance. The substance can be air, water, wood, or any other material. And in fact, the only place in which sound cannot travel is a vacuum. Sound is relevant to the transformation process, but the key takeaway is that the point of communication is in the form of matter. Now let's review how communication enters our brains. The dark entrances are the ears, pupils, nostrils, and mouth. However, the spiritual eye is the primary target because it reflects things stored in our souls and hearts. Let's zero in on the physical eyes. Notice the light green arrow pointing to the pink part inside the eye. Here's a little eye anatomy. The pink part is called the caruncle, which ironically contains oil and sweat glands. Why is this important? The Most High said, "In the sweat of thy face thou shalt eat bread, till thou return unto the ground." But as I established earlier, the face is also a translation of the Hebrew word eye. Precepts are in Exodus chapter 10 verses 5 and 15 and Numbers chapter 14 verse 14. It seems that consuming things with our eyes fulfills the prophecy in Genesis chapter 3 verse 19. However, digging deeper, this verse actually talks about invisible substances. The word face in this verse is Strong's H 639. Notice that it's the same Hebrew word as nostrils from Genesis chapter 2 verse 7 and chapter 7 verse 22. Also, the Strong's definitions include rapid breathing and passion, but it also sprinkled in the word angry, which made me reminisce on the Hebrew word for breath. Neshama, wisdom and the wind. Angry is included in the Strong's definition. Furthermore, the definition tells us that breath is divine inspiration. And this is confirmed in Job chapter 32, verses 7 through 8. I said, days should speak, and multitude of years should teach wisdom. But there is a spirit in man, and the inspiration of the Almighty giveth them understanding. Inspiration is the same Hebrew word for breath. Wisdom is that vital breath that gives understanding. She informs us based on information from the substances, and we can confirm this in the Most High's poem. The fourth sentence says, and as my image, he knows the word like no other creature. What happens when a husband knows his wife and the wife knows her husband? She conceives and then brings forth a child. A similar description is in the definition of wisdom. The quality or state of being wise, knowledge of what is true or right, and so on. To translate this into one phrase, wisdom knows truth and right. Well, who is truth and right? John chapter 17, verse 17. Sanctify them through thy truth. Thy word is truth. Psalm chapter 33, verse 4. For the word of the Most High is right, and all his works are done in truth. So the heavenly wisdom knows the word, just like a wife knows her husband or a husband knows his wife. That's the only way to reproduce the anatomy of the male. Now, let's update the 7 things associated with the bruise flow. Since we're talking about breath, this root word is about scent. So let's build upon the idea that tot represents an ark or boat. Can you think of a device a captain uses to detect something? Did you say radar device? These devices aim to avoid collision with other vessels or objects, help with navigation, and detect atmospheric conditions. Well, a scent has the same purpose as a radar device. Some of the things that fall under atmospheric conditions are behaviors, images, desires, emotions, feelings, moods, memories, and territories. If we apply this understanding to the definition of breath, then anger is an atmospheric condition that scent detects. And the same is played out in the following scriptures. Numbers chapter 5, verse 14. And the spirit of jealousy came upon him, and he be jealous of his wife, and she be defiled. Or if the spirit of jealousy come upon him, and he be jealous of his wife, and she be not defiled. Hosea chapter 5, verse 4. They will not frame their doings to turn unto their deity, for the spirit of whoredoms is in the midst of them, and they have not known the Most High. Zechariah chapter 12, verse 10. And I will pour upon the house of David and upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem the spirit of grace and of supplications, and they shall look upon me whom they have pierced, and they shall mourn for him as one mourneth for his only son, and shall be in bitterness for him as one that is in bitterness for his firstborn. Here's a mind map of scent. The layout affirms that the Most High gave smell to the Spirit. If you need another witness, look up Strong's 87307. It references different emotions. But we can still get a definition of radar to learn more about scent. Radar is a means or sense of awareness or perception. Now we must link the radar to the device from the potter's house. As illustrated, the word means connects to machine, device, utensil, and vessel. The term means is also the same Hebrew word as thought on the right. Therefore, radar or scent is a thought or sense of awareness or perception. I believe Isaiah chapter 11 verse 3 agrees with my train of thought. And shall make him a quick understanding is Strong's H7306. The outline of biblical usage says to smell, scent, perceive, odor, and accept. And Psalm chapter 146 verse 4 explains what happens without breath. His breath goeth forth, he returneth to the earth, and that day his thoughts perish. There are no thoughts or awareness without breath. As long as there is breath, our spirits follow the trail of something. What is it searching for? Things on earth, things in the heart, the Most High, and things in the belly. And here are some examples. Ecclesiastes chapter 1 verse 13. And I gave my heart to seek and search out by wisdom concerning all things that are done under heaven. This sore travail hath the Most High given to the sons of man to be exercised therewith. Psalm chapter 77 verse 6. I call to remembrance my song in the night. I commune with mine own heart, and my spirit made diligent search. Jeremiah chapter 29 verses 11 through 13. For I know the thoughts that I think toward you, saith the Most High, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end. Then shall ye call upon me, and ye shall go and pray unto me, and I will hearken unto you. And ye shall seek me and find me, when ye shall search for me with all your heart. In Proverbs chapter 20 verse 27. The spirit of man is the candle of the Most High, searching all the inward parts of the belly. Now look at the table on your right. Spirit is the same Hebrew word as breath. Candle is also a lamp and a light. The inward parts is something within, like a chamber or room. So the inward part points to a space inside the potter's house where he prepares the clay. Moreover, Proverbs chapter 20 verse 27 says that the Spirit searches the inward part of the belly. The belly is the womb, the seat of hunger, the seat of mental faculties, and the bosom. But it's best to interpret it as the soul. Proverbs chapter 13 verse 25. The righteous eateth to satisfying of his soul, but the belly of the wicked shall want. So what's the state of a belly that lacks bread? It's hollow and empty, which explains why it's the seat of hunger. Now, the mind map for the word hollow steers us back to some of the items from the potter's house. Is this a coincidence? Consider that each room in the house starts with an empty or hollow space until someone plants items in it. It's the same concept. Therefore, soul is under non-existent in the imagination manifestation process flow. But please keep in mind that our nothing receive things from the invisible substances. Here's the Exodus chapter 2 verses 1 through 6 table again. I point out the word pitch because it represents a pitch black substance. Remember, the daughter of Levi covered the ark with this substance. Therefore, we can liken this to a gardener covering a seed in soil and a fetus submerged in darkness inside his mother's womb. In both analogies, the seeds are nourished and grow in darkness before they propel into the light. It's the same process for forming mental objects. So thoughts start in the dark before elevating to the invisible state. In most cases, this process happens instantaneously. However, other times one may see shadowy things inside their mind as objects transition from one state to another. Now, let's look at relevant scriptures about shadows. Isaiah chapter 9 verse 2. The people that walked in darkness have seen a great light. They that dwell in the land of the shadow of death, upon them hath the light shined. Precept, Matthew chapter 4 verse 16. The people which sat in darkness saw a great light, and to them which sat in the region and shadow of death, light is sprung up. A shadow is a shade or color. Strong's G 4639 breaks it down this way. Shade caused by the interception of light. An image cast by an object and representing the form of that object. But how can we see these shadowy images? Remember the first knowledge? She is one of the 7 eyes and 7 lamps of fire. Wisdom casts the light. But shadow also means to follow secretly. Therefore, it's related to scent. Imagine a helmsperson searching for the most precious treasure in dark waters. He exerts all his energy into discovering the priceless jewels. It's the same way when we look for light inside us. Jeremiah chapter 29 verse 13 says, "And ye shall seek me and find me when ye shall search for me with all your heart." We have to steer our minds in the right direction. Of course, there are always obstacles and distractions, but we must think like a helmsperson when their radar detects hostile atmospheric conditions. What does he do? He adjusts the direction of the ship with the wheel, and after he bypasses those conditions, he maneuvers back to the correct path. Hellenistic Synagogal Prayers, chapter 3, verses 18 through 21. And the goal of the creative work, the rational living creature, the world citizen, having given order by your wisdom, you created, saying, "Let us make man according to our image and likeness," having declared him a microcosm of the cosmos, having formed for him the body out of the 4 elements, and having prepared for him the soul out of non-being, and having placed over the perception a mind, the holder of the reins of the soul. I am still determining how the process fully works, but the mind maneuvers like a boat and controls things like a helmsperson. So it performs multiple functions. Also, I appreciate the analogy that the mind is the holder of the reins of the soul. But what does that mean? Psalm chapter 26, verse 2. Examine me, O Yahweh, and prove me. Try my reins and my heart. Jeremiah chapter 20, verse 12. But O Yahweh of hosts, that triest the righteous, and seeth the reins in the heart, let me see thy vengeance on them, for unto thee have I opened my cause. Figuratively, reins is the seat of emotion and affection. Therefore, the mind holds the soul's seat of emotion and affection. Strong's H 5315. Here's the biblical usage for the soul. It agrees with the previous verses because it's the seat of the appetites and the seat of emotions and passions. To quench one's appetites, a person must fulfill the desires of the soul. That explains why the beginning state of the soul is nothing. Then there's room to fill the empty space with heavenly or earthly desires. Now, letter D says the soul is the man himself, self, person, or individual. Since I love to connect the dots, let's read verses related to the word person. Hebrews chapter 1 verses 1 through 3. The Most High, who at sundry times and in divers manners spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds. In this case, worlds mean eon or age. Continuing, who being the brightness of his glory and the express image of his person, and upholding all things by the word of his power, when he had by himself purged our sins, sat down on the right hand of the majesty on high. Person is Strong's G 5287, and it's the substantial quality, nature of a person or thing. So this usage describes the physical and spiritual offspring because it matches genos from Strong's G 1085. Under the verses is Strong's G 5481 for express image. As you can see, it means an exact copy. Therefore, this definition implies that Yeshua represents the Most High's nature. Let's break up the word person to validate what that means to us. There are the words per and then son. Now it's about choosing the appropriate equivalent. Therefore, the word person translate into in accordance with the only begotten Son. Now let's go to Genesis chapter 1 verses 26 through 27. We've come full circle. There's Adam in the image of the Most High and Yeshua, and Eve in the image of Adam. But the Strong's definition should take on a new meaning now because it contains to shade and a phantom, that is, figuratively, illusion, resemblance, hence a representative figure, especially an idol. The mind map reveals that the word phantom connects to figment, which leads to thought. Next, I'll build upon this concept, starting with a prayer about the author of creation. Hellenistic Synagogal Prayers, chapter 4, verses 38 through 41. For you are the Father of wisdom, the Creator as cause of the creative workmanship through a mediator, the supplier of foresight, the giver of laws, the fulfiller of needs, the punisher of the ungodly, and the rewarder of the righteous, the deity and father of the Messiah, and the ruler of those who are pious toward him. This prayer articulates the Most High's order. He is the father of Yeshua and wisdom, which leads to my following observation. Both the male and female eat the fruit. What fruit? The laws, statutes, and commandments. This concept is easy to follow as we understand that the Most High is the Creator, and everything else flowed from His Son. The Apocalypse of Abraham, chapter 23, verses 9 through 11, gives an example of how this process works. Here's some background. The Most High showed Abraham a picture of creation. Eventually, we get to the scene of Adam and Eve eating the forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden. So I'll pick it up in verse 9. And I said, who are these two entwined with each other? Or who is this between them? And what is the fruit which they are eating, mighty one, eternal? And he said, this is the world of men. This is Adam. And this is their thought on earth. This is Eve. And he who is between them is the impiety of their behavior unto perdition, Azazel himself. Here are two things to deal with in this verse. Azazel between Adam and Eve, and the words world and thought. I'll start with Azazel now, and later I'll bring the slide back to tackle the second bullet. First, I still need to research whether Azazel is another name for Lucifer. All I know for now is that a previous verse describes him as a dragon and cherub. Recall that Isaiah chapter 14 verses 12 through 14 infers Lucifer's goal is to imitate the Most High, not his holy nature, only his authority. Hold that thought in your mind. So that takes us back to verse 9 because Azazel is between Adam and Eve. This scenario played out in the beginning. Let's go to 2 Enoch chapter 25 verses 2 through 3. And I said to him, disintegrate yourself, Adoil, and let what is born from you become visible. And he disintegrated himself, and there came out a very great light. And I was in the midst of the great light, and light out of light is carried thus. And the great age came out, and it revealed all the creation which I had thought up to create. And I saw how good it was. The Most High said, I was in the midst of the great light. What is a synonym for the word midst? Between. When Adoil disintegrated, all the other spirits came out because they are attributes of light. The next point is about the words world and thought. Verse 10 defined Adam as the world of men and Eve as their thought on earth. Following the top mind map, the term world connects to memory. So what is memory? It's the ability to hold in the mind. The screenshot for the word hold reveals the equivalent embrace. If you click on embrace, it leads to the word entwine. So it's evident that the Apocalypse of Abraham portrays the male and female entwined in the mind. Let's read related scriptures. 2 Baruch chapter 32 verse 1. You, however, if you prepare your minds to sow into them the fruits of the law, he shall protect you in the time in which the Mighty One shall shake the entire creation. Hosea chapter 10, verse 12. Sow to yourselves in righteousness, reap in mercy, break up your fallow ground. For it is time to seek the Most High, till he come and rain righteousness upon you. So let's tie this back to Yeshua. Ode of Solomon, Ode 12, verses 1 through 7. He filled me with words of truth, that I may proclaim his fruits. And like the flowing of waters, truth flows from my mouth, and my lips declare his fruits. And he caused his knowledge to abound in me, because the mouth of the Most High is the true word, and the door of his light. And the Most High has given him to his generations, which are the interpreters of his beauty, and the narrators of his glory, and the confessors of his thought, and the preachers of his mind, and the teachers of his works. For the subtlety of the word is inexpressible, and like his expression, so also is his witness and his acuteness, for limitless is his path. He never falls, but remains standing, and one cannot know his descent or his way. For as his work is, so is his expectation, for he is the light and dawning of thought. Dawning means daybreak, dawn, beginning, and start. If you follow the mind map, dawning leads to the word ruddiness. So spiritually, ruddy also means crack of dawn. Now let's update the 7 things associated with a bruise flow. I added the words image and color to Tot. So this completes the letter Ta. Next up is the letter Tha. The root word for Tha is Thaw, which means sign and mark. In Ayan, I broke the root words down by each letter. However, I'll handle the final root words as a whole. So I'll pick up where I left off with the phrase crack of dawn. Let's start with Exodus chapter 12, verse 13. And the blood shall be to you for a token upon the houses where ye are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you, and the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you when I smite the land of Egypt. A token is a sign, flag, banner, memorial, symbol, and mark. I want to point out something about the word blood. If you look at the screenshot on the right, the transliteration says the name in Hebrew is Dam, and the root word is from H 1826, compare H 119. So how many of you know a definition for H 119? Those who answered ruddy are correct. And if you look up that word on blueletterbible.org, it's pronounced as Adam. So the expression ruddy also guides us to Adam's blood. Here's another observation. The red circle spotlights the pronunciation of blood. Amazingly, the spelling is so close to dawn, like the phrase crack of dawn. Is this a coincidence? You tell me. In the meantime, here's a comparison with the bruise from earlier. I'm not sure what you see, but crack of dawn looks like a bruised sky to me. Throughout this research, I've learned that the Most High uses familiar things in nature to teach us. If we think about this from the perspective of warfare, the transition from night to day or day to night is one form of light bruising the other. The indicator is in the screenshot for the word bruise on your right. Following the green arrow, you'll see the tab Break Blood Vessel, Discolor. But how does this relate to the spiritual realm? Psalm chapter 51 verse 1. Have mercy upon me, O Yahweh, according to thy loving kindness, according unto the multitude of thy tender mercies, blot out my transgression. Jeremiah chapter 18 verse 23. Yet the Most High, thou knowest all their counsel against me to slay me. Forgive not their iniquity, neither blot out their sin from thy sight, but let them be overthrown before thee. Deal thus with them in the time of thine anger. 1 John chapter 1 verse 7 tells us that the blood of Yeshua cleanses us from all sin. And the mind map illustrates these verses are related to bruises. Following the flow, all the words in gray are in the Hebrew word for bruise. The ones in red are in the Hebrew word for blot. Also notice there are two paths for blot. One leads to an extermination, and the other leads to discolor, which is fading or dirtying of hue. Remember that fading has dual purposes. One objective is to lose brightness, and the other is to brighten something previously dark. Hopefully, mankind chooses the latter, because the impious age will not give up without a fight. So there's a constant battle inside us. Who will win? I'm learning the hard way. It's the one we imitate. 2 Baruch chapter 18 verses 1 through 2. And I answered and said, He who lighteth took from the light, and there are few that imitated him. But many whom he illuminated took from the darkness of Adam, and did not rejoice in the light of the lamp. Yeshua is the light, and we should strive to replicate him. I will explore more about blood for the second presentation. For now, let's look at its connection to the soul. The screenshot for blood reveals that the KJV translated it as a person with H5315. And the next image of the Hebrew word for the soul says it's a living being with life in the blood. The 7 components of man table shows blood is from dew and the sun. So we're back at one of the elements pulled from the air, and then there's the sun. Furthermore, I love how dividing words exposes the true meaning. So I split the word individual from letter D into 3 sections. Number 1, in means animated and lively. Number 2, divi means ration, store food. And number 3, dual means replicate, reproduce, image, and mirror. So the latter flow reestablishes the female's commitment to replicating the image of the male. And she does this by following the only begotten Son. This understanding is important because the phrases bruise his heel or watch against his heel target the spiritual bride. Next, we will explore the primary way the children of darkness pollute the Most High's inheritance. Luke chapter 11 verse 34. The light of the body is the eye. Therefore, when thine eye is single, thy whole body also is full of light. But when thine eye is evil, thy body also is full of darkness. Eyes are the way that most people are polluted. So it's appropriate to examine the anatomy of the eye in more detail for spiritual understanding. To start, let's look at the word single in Greek. Strong's G 573. The outline of biblical usage states it's simple, single, whole, good, fulfilling its office, sound, and then of the eye. I added a mind map for the word whole so you can see that to have an all-seeing eye, one must be associated with light. Now look at Strong's definitions, probably from G1 as a particle of union, and the base of G4120, properly folded together, that is single, figuratively clear, single. G1 and G4120 are possible root words, but when I researched them, I discovered they are related to the eye. So let's look at both. I am starting with G1. Alpha represents Adoil Yeshua, since 2 Enoch chapter 25 tells us he came out first, and the book of Revelation says he's Alpha and Omega. If you recall from 2 Enoch, Adoil disintegrated into light, so light sparked all creation. Now it's time for me to deviate, but the concept still pertains to the eye. Doesn't that mean the Most High created the heavens and earth on day one? It seems that's the case because the book of Genesis uses the phrases, "let there be." Let there be is the same Hebrew word as is become. For something to emerge, the seed must already be in something. This concept may be perplexing, but examining Adam's genealogy is the simplest way to understand it. The first thing to remember is seed means offspring or image. Before Canaan appeared in this physical realm, he was a seed inside his dad Enos. Likewise, Enos inside Seth, Seth inside Adam, and Adam inside light. Weighing this concept made me realize it fulfills Genesis chapter 1 verse 11, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself. Now I'm going to the second possible root word for single. Strong's G 4120. It means to plait, braid, and weave together. The screenshot for weave has red check marks next to synonyms entwine and crisscross. Do you remember Adam and Eve entwined and the beast was between them from the Apocalypse of Abraham chapter 23 verse 9? This entwining or crisscross procedure is the mark. We can find this symbol also in the female's creation process flow. Adam and Eve meet at the location of the rib, and between them is the line that represents support, foundation. The Apocalypse of Abraham, chapter 23, verse 10, described Adam and Eve as world and thought. But I exchanged the expression to memory and thought. What is memory again? It's the ability to hold in the mind. So here's a mind map for the word hold. It's related to the root word for the last letter in thaw. Wawa means tent peg, secure, and hook. And the mind map links to the words weave, plait, and braid, which takes us to one of the possible root words for single from Luke chapter 11 verse 34. Braiding hair is the best way to imagine the woven process. Usually a stylist starts with 3 strands, 2 on each side and 1 in the middle, and then they keep wrapping the strands until the end of their length. Now, 2 biblical stories that relate to this process may have come to your mind. The first is from Exodus chapter 2 verse 3. The daughter of Levi took an ark of bulrushes. What is an ark? It's a basket vessel. And what is a basket? It's a woven container. And the second is from Judges chapter 16, verses 13 through 18. Where was Samson's strength? It was in his hair. Again, how does this relate to the eye? Anything we look at with our physical eyes travels as light through the dark hole in the center of the eye called the pupil. Time for more eye anatomy. According to Kellogg Eye Center, the iris helps regulate the amount of light entering the eye. When there is bright light, the iris closes the pupil to let in less light. And when there is low light, the iris opens up the pupil to let in more light. Therefore, when sitting in darkness, our pupils expand or become larger. Looking at this from a spiritual perspective, a larger pupil represents whoredom, because this is where the spiritual husband and wife consummate the marriage. And the groom expects his bride to be narrow or constricted in this area, which symbolizes her virgin status. Also, notice the pupil is in the same position as the rib. As mentioned earlier, the pupil is the entry point for visible substances. And these good or evil substances enter the pupil in a symbol of an X, which means light travels through our pupils in the form of a mark. Besides that, the Hebrew word for make one wise from Genesis chapter 3 verse 6 confirms the symbol. The biblical usage includes to lay crosswise, cross hands. You can find this motion in Genesis chapter 48 verse 14, when Israel laid his right hand on Ephraim's head and his left on Manasseh's head. Therefore, on the female's creation process flow, the right hand points toward respiration, breathe, and the left points to protection. But this is moving more into the spiritual side of things. For now, I will show a snippet of a UBC Faculty of Medicine video to keep this in the visible realm. Watch the doctor explain how light enters the pupil. And after the video, I will continue with my commentary.
The visual system is specialized to take visual information, essentially photons, and compose them into a coherent picture of our world. The visual pathway begins, of course, in the eye. The world around us is represented by this arrow. These two circles represent what is seen by each eye. In fact, you can close over one eye and still see the entire arrow. And the same is true for the other eye. These are the visual fields for each eye. But how does this visual field project onto the retina? Due to the refraction at the cornea, the image is now reversed. And the same is true for the other eye. Now we have two retinal representations of the world. But how do we consolidate these two retinal images into one coherent cortical representation? As it turns out, our right visual field projects to the left side of our cortex. And our left visual field projects to the right side of the cortex. Let's put a nose on this. We can now describe the retinal fibers as either being nasal or close to the midline, or temporal or lateral. And the same is true for the other eye. The nasal retina represents the temporal visual field. We now need to sort these fibers from the right visual field to the left side of the cortex and from the left visual field to the right side of the cortex. Let's do that.
Please watch the rest of the UBC Faculty of Medicine video for the entire process. You can find a link in my video's description. Now let's go over a term mentioned in the video. Photons are electromagnetic radiation consisting of waves that include visible light. I broke up electromagnetic radiation this way. Electro equals electricity, energy, or spirit. Magnetic, drawn, attracting. Radiation, transporting information in the form of a wave. When considering the magnetic part, I realize it performs the same action as drawing Moses out of the water from Exodus chapter 2, verse 5 and 10. So the bottom of the foundations for visible creation process flow confirms that we are dealing with light energy. Now, the doctor in the video didn't explain all the components of the eye, so I'll read a couple of more definitions to give us a broader picture of what's happening. I'll focus on the ones highlighted in blue. Retina. At the back of the eye is the retina, or a thin layer of light-sensitive nerve cells. The retina contains different types of photoreceptors, called rods and cones, which respond to light that lands on them. The next one, optic nerve. The cells of the retina turn light into electrical impulses. These electrical signals are collected by the optic nerve, a bundle of about 1 million nerve fibers, and transmitted to the brain. The brain puts all this information together to produce the image that you see. I gather the brain is responsible for entwining or weaving visible images together. I say this because the definition of weave says to interlace threads, yarns, strips, fibrous material, etc., so as to form a fabric or material. So it's just like braiding hair. That explains why the mind map for fibrous includes Harry. These fibrous materials are the strips that build the arc. And we can see that from the partial Exodus chapter 2 verses 1 through 6 table. The phrase of bulrushes is H1573. The definition includes the bulrush and specifically the papyrus. Now notice that the papyrus is the same material used for flags. According to dictionary.com, the ancient Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans used thin strips of the papyrus plant for writing material. And papyrus is a tall, aquatic plant. Therefore, this explains why the Hebrew definition calls bulrushes absorbent. Now let's compare this understanding to the eye. Optic nerve fibers absorb light signals like bulrushes drink water. And like papyrus paper, these signals contain written information. To make sense of all of this, let's go back to Genesis chapter 3, verses 18 through 19. These verses deal with the three ancient Paleo-Hebrew words on the right. Thorns, thistles, and herbs are related to samak, and field and ground are associated with quap. If you recall the herb mind map from the root word tat, thorns and thistles are also weapons. So the root word Zion means weapon, plow, and harvest tool. Moreover, the mind map for thorn connects to thistle and then bristle, which is short, prickly hair. But why is this significant? Let's learn from Samson's experience. Judges chapter 16, verse 17. that he told her all his heart, and said unto her, There hath not come a razor upon mine head, for I have been a Nazarite unto the Most High from my mother's womb. If I be shaven, then my strength will go from me, and I shall become weak and be like any other man. The Most High could have easily stopped Samson from marrying a foreign woman, but how will we learn the vital lessons from his experience? First, what is a Nazarite? It's a person consecrated, devoted, untrimmed, and separated. However, Samson didn't separate himself because he violated Deuteronomy chapter 7 verse 3 by marrying a woman from another nation. But as if that wasn't bad, he told her the secret to his strength. Shave off is Strong's H 1548. The definitions contain to be bald, that is to shave, figuratively to lay waste. Clearly, the objective is to degrade the spiritual bride, because 1 Corinthians chapter 11 verse 15 tells us that long hair is a glory and covering to a woman. This verse refers to the physical female, but also applies to the spiritual female. Remember, a Nazarite's hair is supposed to be untrimmed. However, the mind map illustrates what happens when the spiritual bride is fully shaven. As it relates to the spiritual eye, whole is full length and uncut. So it has the same language as the role of a Nazarite. Now let's see the result of Samson's disobedience to the law. Judges chapter 16 verses 18 through 19. And when Delilah saw that he had told her all his heart, she sent and called for the rulers of the Philistines, saying, Come up this once, for he hath shewed me all his heart. Then the rulers of the Philistines came up unto her, and brought money in their hand. And she made him sleep upon her knees, and she called for a man, and she caused him to shave off the 7 locks of his head. And she began to afflict him, and his strength went from him. Here's an overview of the tactics the enemies used to disarm Samson. Philistines took crafty counsel against Samson. Delilah enticed him, heard the secret to his strength, put him to sleep. A man shaved his 7 locks. Delilah afflicted him. Then he lost his strength. Notice that the enemies couldn't shave his 7 locks until they put him to sleep. I believe this is the same process they followed for us, spearheaded by the transatlantic slave trade. Psalm chapter 83 verses 3 through 4. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, Come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. Let us cut them off is Strong's H 3582. If you look at the definition, you will see desolate. Desolate is equivalent to the word waste from Strong's H 1548 for shaven. Remembrance is Strong's H 2142. There's an arrow next to make a memorial, make remembrance to map it back to Exodus chapter 2 verses 1 through 6 table. Also, the definitions include be male. Remember that phrase because its equivalent will appear in a few more slides. Let's pause for a little trivia fun. True or false? The mark has a direct connection to memory. Those who answered true are correct. For this reason, the fibers or hairs that build the ark represent memory. So a long memory that contains the law is a good thing, right? Furthermore, there's a red star next to absorption on the mind map to your right. I added the star to highlight that memory absorbs the word like the papyrus plant drinks water. Deuteronomy chapter 4 verses 5 through 8. Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Most High my Elohim commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whither ye go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what nation is there so great, who hath the Most High so nigh unto them, as the Most High our Elohim is in all things that we call upon him for? And what nation is there so great, that hath statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law, which I set before you this day? The appeal is for us to keep and do the statutes and judgments in the land of our possession. Also, notice that verse 6 associates this action with wisdom and understanding. Strong's H 8104. The outline of biblical usage includes to keep, guard, observe, give heed, to watch, observe, to keep, retain, treasure up in memory, to keep within bounds, restrain, to keep, preserve, protect. The Strong's definitions include to hedge about as with thorns, mark, look narrowly, and watchmen. Let's look at a screenshot for the word retain. It's very clever that husband is on the list. Do you recall be male in the definition of remembrance from Psalm chapter 83 verse 4? Both make sense because the male holds the seeds. So this may explain why the Most High called Adam world or memory in the Apocalypse of Abraham, chapter 23, verse 10. 2 Baruch, chapter 32, verse 1. You, however, if you prepare your minds to sow into them the fruits of the law, he shall protect you in the time in which the Mighty One shall shake the entire creation. Following the instructions from 2 Baruch chapter 32 verse 1 and Deuteronomy chapter 4 verse 6 rewards us with protection and crowns us with heavenly wisdom. Therefore, the left hand points to protection and the right to respiration in the female's creation process flow. I envision the 7 locks on Samson's head symbolize the 7 spirits, 7 lamps of fire, 7 horns, and the 7 eyes. This hypothesis may be true because the spirits match certain sections of the female's creation process flow. I'll share my findings and you decide whether you agree or not. But first, let's read about the spirits. Revelation chapter 4 verse 5. And out of the throne proceeded lightnings and thunderings and voices, and there were 7 lamps of fire burning before the throne, which are the 7 spirits of the Most High. Revelation chapter 5 verses 5 through 6. And one of the elders saith unto me, Weep not. Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, hath prevailed to open the book and to loose the 7 seals thereof. And I beheld, and lo, in the midst of the throne, and of the four beasts, and in the midst of the elders, stood a lamb, as it had been slain, having 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of the Most High, sent forth into all the earth. The indicator these verses reference the spirits outlined in the book of Isaiah is the phrase root of David. Who was David's earthly father? Another thing to notice is the book with the 7 seals. Doesn't seal mean to enclose and entwine? Strong's G 975. The outline of biblical usage states it's a small book, scroll, and written document. The root word is G 976, and the Strong's definition says the inner bark of the papyrus plant. Never mind that bark rhymes with mark and ark. I'm amazed at the trail between the Old and New Testaments. Papyrus is the plant used on the ark, but the key takeaway is the angel instructed John to eat the book, like we must consume the word. Therefore, the mind map connects to entwine, braid, plait, weave, and seal. Isaiah chapter 11, verses 1 through 3. And there shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of his roots. And the Spirit of the Most High shall rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and the fear of the Most High, and shall make him of quick understanding in the fear of the Most High. And he shall not judge after the sight of his eyes, neither reprove after the hearing of his ears. Verse 1 guides us back to Revelation chapter 5, verse 5, because Jesse begat David. Also, the 7th spirit is missing from the KJV, but the Septuagint version tells us it's godliness. However, I translate it as holiness. Precept, appendix to 3rd Enoch, chapter 23, verse 9, in the Pseudepigrapha. From there, the wind of wisdom and insight, the wind of counsel and power, and the wind of knowledge in the fear of Yahweh blow. As it is written, on him the wind of the Most High rest, a wind of wisdom and insight, a wind of counsel and power, a wind of knowledge in the fear of the Most High. Interesting translation. Now I see why Josephus translated Genesis chapter 1 verse 2 as the wind of the Most High moved upon the face of the waters. Despite which type of spirit, it must move through the air. Let's see how these spirits fit around the female's creation process flow. The path starts at the bottom right. If you read the scriptures, Proverbs chapter 1 verse 7 and chapter 9 verse 10, you will see that the fear of Yah is the beginning of knowledge, or the fear of Yah is the beginning of wisdom. Therefore, the fear of Yah is by the children of Israel. And the illustration depicts the remnant of the sons and daughters of Israel marching on that path. Wisdom is speaking in Proverbs chapter 8, verse 14. Counsel is mine, and sound wisdom. I am understanding, I have strength. She mentioned 4 out of the 7 spirits. But wisdom is near respiration breathe, because she is our breath. And Proverbs chapter 3 verse 16 says, length of days is in her right hand. Knowledge is at the center because it's where the groom and bride meet. The other spirits are around the circle too. Please take out the time to read the scriptures next to them on your own. Baruch chapter 3 verses 12 through 14. Thou hast forsaken the fountain of wisdom. For if thou hast walked in the way of the Most High, thou shouldest have dwelled in peace forever. Learn where is wisdom, where is strength, where is understanding, that thou mayest know also where is the length of days, and life, where is the light of the eyes, and peace. For me, verse 14 certifies that these spirits are part of the 7 lamps of fire and 7 eyes. Moreover, these verses also prove that the children of darkness are not the Illuminati. But why is that the case? For one thing, an equivalent for illumination is light. Now imagine that you're in an unfamiliar dark room. What do you see? Nothing. What's the color of nothing? Pitch black, which is the lowest darkness. Now imagine that the lights came on. What do you see now? You will see whatever is in that space. But what does that tell you? Light is the only power that can manifest what's hidden in the light and what's hidden in the darkness. So the children of darkness can't be the Illuminati, because to illuminate means to make light. And if they genuinely have an all-seeing eye, then why do they need satellites and other technology to spy on people? Shouldn't they be able to use that eye? It would be best to think about that. However, the children of light can illuminate. I hope you see why it's beneficial to our enemies that we stay asleep so they can hijack our identity while polluting us. But by the Most High's grace, some have awakened to the mysteries of the Bible, and it's their job to share with other brothers and sisters. Now, let's get back to the message. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 15, verse 11. For as much as he knew not his Maker, and him that inspired into him an active soul, and breathed in a living spirit. We obtain visible information through our physical eyes, but invisible information is obtained through breath. The definition for breath includes to puff, which means to blow hard. This respiration process moves thoughts through the life cycle process. Psalm chapter 27, verse 12. Deliver me not over unto the will of mine enemies, for false witnesses are risen up against me, and such as breathe out cruelty. Breathe is a different Hebrew word, but it still means puffing and figuratively meditating. Let's connect the word breathe to hair. Following the mind map, you'll see that puff connects to all the words discussed earlier related to the hair. 2 Baruch chapter 20 verse 3. Now, however, remember everything which I commanded you, and seal it in the interior of your mind. All right, next is the Breath of Life mind map. As illustrated, the breath of life links to the 7 spirits. Do you remember the definition hath made from Job chapter 33 verse 4 also includes the phrase be meat? Following the red star leads to equivalence, meekness, harmony, and peace. When it discusses help meet or be meet, it refers to a social agreement and balance. You can find that in Baruch chapter 3 verse 14 and Proverbs chapter 3 verses 1 through 2. Now on to the imagination manifestation process flow. So now it's time to understand the relationship between the imagination and hair. Here are two tables based on information from blueletterbible.org. These are all the Hebrew and Greek words I found about the imagination, but we will review only the ones next to the red arrows. Starting with Strong's H2803. The definitions include to plait or interpenetrate, literally, to weave. So the word imagine has the same meaning as weavis from Judges chapter 16, verse 13. Let's see whether we can find the same in Strong's H3336. For this Hebrew word, we have to do a little more work. The usage contains purpose, imagination, device, intellectual framework. Now look at the framework mind map on the right to find the words weave and plait. So the Hebrew words indirectly agree that the purpose of imagination is to braid the spiritual hair. Well, how does wisdom fit into all of this? More of Psalms of David, chapter 154, verses 5 through 9. So that the honor of the Most High shall be made known, wisdom has been given. And to narrate his works, she has made known to humanity. To announce to children his power, and to explain to those lacking understanding his gloriousness. Those who are far from her entrances and are dispersed from her gate, because the Most High is the ruler of Jacob, and his pride is over all his works. Wisdom is the spirit that narrates the Most High's works. The passages suggest that she calls those far from her entrances. I like visual representation, so let's see how that looks on the female's creation process flow. Proverbs chapter 8, verses 1 through 3. Doth not wisdom cry, and understanding put forth her voice? She standeth in the top of high places, by the way in the places of the paths. She crieth at the gates, at the entry of the city, at the coming in at the doors. Based on the guidance from the two books, wisdom stands in the location of knowledge, because all paths meet there. I believe the pyramid concept came from these passages. If you draw a line from Yeshua to the children of Israel, it completes a pyramid. Some may cry the pyramid is evil. Our ancestors didn't think so because the symbol for the ancient Paleo-Hebrew letter Da is a pyramid. What about the all-seeing eye? People need to stop giving that title to demons. The Most High is the only deity that can see everything. This principle is easy to understand by looking at the degrees of light. A 40-watt bulb may dimly light a room. However, if exchanged for an 80 or 100-watt bulb, a person can see other things in that space. People see more information each time the degree of light moves up a notch. The key is understanding that light equals information. Therefore, any entity walking in darkness can't see everything. 1 John chapter 3 verse 20 tells us the deity with an all-seeing eye. For if our heart condemns us, the Most High is greater than our heart and knoweth all things. If you click on the word see on the thesaurus, it leads to the word I. Then what about wisdom? She is one of the 7 eyes, but her knowledge is from the spiritual foundation of light or the earthly foundation of darkness. If allowed, she will unfold this information to the children of light. And the mind map for the word narrate reveals that. The Apocalypse of Abraham, chapter 22, verses 1 through 5, portrays this mystery. To set the scene up, Abraham is shown the Garden of Eden, but in it he sees men, women, and children, half on the left side of the portrayal and the other half on the right. Now let's pick it up in chapter 22. And I said, Eternal, Mighty One, what is this picture of creation? And he said to me, This is my will with regard to what is in the light, and it was good before my face. And then afterward, I gave them a command by my word, and they came into existence. Whatever I had decreed was to exist had already been outlined in this, and all the previously created things you have seen stood before me. Let me pause here. As mentioned earlier, for something to come into existence, the seed is already in something else. Continuing. And I said, O sovereign, mighty, eternal, why are the people in this picture on this side and on that? And he said to me, These who are on the left side are the multitude of tribes who existed previously and after you, some who have been prepared for judgment and order, others for revenge and perdition at the end of the age. Those on the right side of the picture are the people set apart for me of the people with Azazel. These are the ones I have prepared to be born of you and to be called my people. For those who don't remember, the people with Azazel were Adam and Eve. Did you pick up that creation is in the light? Here's 2 Enoch chapter 25 verses 2 through 3 and 2 Enoch chapter 26 verse 2. When Adoil disintegrated, a great age revealed all creation. However, when Archives disintegrated, the dark age only carried the creation of all lower things. Light reveals, and darkness only carries. Jubilees chapter 2 verse 16. And he completed all of his work on the sixth day. Everything which is in the heavens, and the earth, and the seas, and the depths, and in the light, and in the darkness, and in every place. Now let's see how the word herb relates to light. Genesis chapter 3 verse 18, the herb of the field. As illustrated, the equivalents lead to the word light. Is this an accident? Isaiah chapter 18 verse 4, chapter 26 verse 19, and 2 Kings chapter 4 verse 39 don't think so. The translations for Strong's H215 and H219 include herbs and light. Also, the root word for H219 is the same Hebrew word used in let there be light. But there are other things to look at on this slide. Remember 2 Enoch chapter 30 tells us that the sixth component, veins and hair, is from grass. Therefore, the visual field we munch on is the framework for our spiritual hair. Now I'll deal with the fourth property, touch to the veins. Recall radar detects atmospheric conditions. Vein is atmospheric conditions or the state of the mind. Therefore, the upper part of the mind map reveals that touching something means communication and transmission. Merriam-Webster.com says communication is a process by which information is exchanged between individuals through a common system of symbols, signs, or behavior. Information communicated information transmitted or conveyed. Then the spiritual airwaves communicate all things, which explains how the serpent seed afflicts the woman seed. The wicked offspring bombard the airwaves with demonic messages to entice the children of light and the whole world to sin. However, the word cuts through any idea contrary to the law. But we must be armed with the knowledge of the Most High to fight off the fiery darts of the serpent. If not, we leave an opportunity for the enemy to mold us in his image. When we investigate this process, we see that a simple impression or blow forms our behaviors. Romans chapter 5, verse 14. Nevertheless, death reigned from Adam to Moses, even over them that had not sinned after the similitude of Adam's transgression, who is the figure of him that was to come. Figure is Strong's G 5179. The outline of biblical usage includes the mark of a stroke or blow, print, a figure formed by a blow or impression. Catch that the Strong's definition calls it a stamp, mark, and a scar, bruise. Therefore, the mind map bears witness that it relates to memory and thought. Here's something to research. Map out the relationship between Genesis chapter 3, verse 6 and the story of Moses in the ark. Then discover how that applies to the property touched to the veins. Now on to the topic of babies. After a child is born in America, they receive two main things to prove citizenship. They obtain a name on their birth certificate and a social security number. It's no different in the spiritual realm. To close out this root word, I will discuss the name and partially the number. The social security number continues in the final root word. Let's go to the next slide. Revelation chapter 14, verse 1. And I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his Father's name written in their foreheads. Revelation chapter 13, verses 16 through 17. And he causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. It's beyond the scope of this video for me to go into the prophetic aspect of these verses as it pertains to end times. However, Revelation chapter 13, verse 17 suggests the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. But I must point out that you can't have a spiritual mark without a name, and that name is associated with a color. What do we know about colors? Each color combination translates into numerical values. Therefore, in order to have a spiritual mark, one must have a name, color, and number. Please allow me to translate this into everyday terms. Imagine someone bumping their forehead into a closed door, resulting in a black and blue bruise. In this example, the bruise is the mark, and black and blue is the name of the color. If you review the visible spectrum of RGB, 3 numbers convert into that color. For example, the RGB values 6,6,6 is a dark color. Now let's brainstorm. Based on what we've learned in this root word, what comes to mind when you see 3 numbers? Did anyone think about 3 strands of hair? All right. The second paragraph says that 0, 0, 0 is 20% darker than 6, 6, 6. If you research the RGB number 0, 0, 0, you will see its equivalent to black, also known as the color of nothing. Time to look at the visual illustration. 2 Enoch chapter 26 verse 3 told us Archos became the foundation of the lowest things. And after that it continued, and there's nothing lower than darkness except nothing itself. I really can't make this up. Our own RGB visible spectrum is a preset for 2 Enoch chapter 26 verse 3. But this works the opposite way because the Most High said, there is nothing higher than light except nothing itself. That makes sense because to get from nothing to light, one must drastically increase the degree of light. When I consider this, 0 has infinite possibilities of revealing things in the light or darkness. Now let's see how this looks on the female's creation process flow. For Adam and Eve to meet in the location of nothing, they must travel to the middle of the circle. So Adam moves to 0 and Eve moves to 0. And the 0 between them is support foundation. It's the same process as the spiritual husband meeting the spiritual bride. Likewise, this dance occurs on the X and Y axis. However, Adam and Eve represents one data point on the X axis. But I will not go deep into mathematics because I need to improve my skills. So let's wrap up this root word with 1 Thessalonians chapter 5 verse 5. And then I'll show an update of the 7 things associated with the bruise flow. Ye are all children of light and the children of the day. We are not of the night nor of darkness. And here's an update to the 7 things associated with the bruise. I added name, mark, and the mystery item, number, in light gray. So this completes the letter Tha and the root word Thaw. The final letter is Qua. The root word for Qua is Quap, which means circle and horizon. If you look at horizon on thesaurus.com, there are equivalents such as a boundary, compass, and field of vision. Imagine the vision field mentioned in the UBC Faculty of Medicine video. The doctor demonstrated how it applies to the physical eyes. However, it's more important to the spiritual eyes because desire sparks from inside out. But what's the official definition for the field of vision? It's the entire view encompassed by the eye when it is trained in any particular direction. Here are important words from that definition: entire, view, encompass, train, direction. Listed are equivalents for these terms. There is no need to remember all of them, but for now, please pay attention to the ones in red because I will tag them in some of the slides. Next, let's go to John chapter 8, verse 12. Then spake Yeshua again unto them, saying, I am the light of the world. He that followeth me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of life. Followeth is a version of the underlined word from the previous slide. But how does this apply to the field of vision? To understand, one must choose the correct usage for world. I chose to outline a biblical usage, an apt and harmonious arrangement or constitution, order, government, because light is about the entirety of creation. If you look up arrangement on thesaurus.com, it connects to many related terms. However, I streamlined this mind map to link only to composition. Notice the number 1 section links to words from Judges, chapter 16, verse 13, and the Apocalypse of Abraham, chapter 23, verse 9. And number 2 strut the runway to the terms for the mark. Arrangement also connects to the word structure, and that navigated me to the Most High's formula. PA equal SS above W. SS stands for solid structure from either the kingdom of light or the kingdom of darkness. Right now we're in the impious age, but the goal is to transition to the kingdom of light. Colossians chapter 1 verses 12 through 17. Giving thanks unto the Father, which hath made us meet to be partakers of the inheritance of the saints in light, who have delivered us from the power of darkness, and hath translated us into the kingdom of his dear Son, in whom we have redemption through his blood, even the forgiveness of sins, who is the image of the invisible Most High, the firstborn of every creature. For by him were all things created, that are in heaven and that are in earth, visible and invisible, whether they be thrones or dominions or principalities or powers. All things were created by him and for him, and he is before all things, and by him all things consist. These verses affirm that light is the creator, and that's because it's the only power that reveals what's hidden in the light and darkness. Let's look at the underlined words from these verses. Delivered. The biblical usage states to draw to oneself, to rescue, to deliver, and the deliverer. Drawing something to oneself resembles Pharaoh's daughter drawing Moses out of the water. Furthermore, Strong's definitions include rescued, like the previous slide. But was Moses a deliverer? Acts chapter 7 verse 35. This Moses whom they refused, saying, Who made thee a ruler and a judge? The same did the Most High send to be a ruler and a deliverer by the hand of the angel which appeared to him in the bush. Of course, Moses was the shadow of him to come. Romans chapter 11 verse 26. And so all Israel shall be saved, as it is written, There shall come out of Zion the deliverer, and shall turn away ungodliness from Jacob. Matthew chapter 1 verse 21. And she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Yeshua, for he shall save his people from their sins. Notice the definition of bring forth includes be delivered. I'm catching up to reality, but now I see why hospitals call the unit where women give birth a delivery room. Another observation is Pharaoh's daughter drawing Moses out of the water imitates a newborn pulled from the birth canal after its mother's water breaks. Interesting. Let's move on to the next word. Translated is G3179, and its application is to transpose, transfer, remove from one place to another, plus of change of situation or place. Transpose is another word for transform. The deliverer switches a person from the kingdom of darkness to the kingdom of light. This process is the true rebirth, also known as being born again. And the reason we must be born again is because Adam and Eve's initial state was light. We can read about this transformation process in John chapter 3 verses 1 through 12. There was a man of the Pharisees named Nicodemus, a ruler of the Jews. The same came to Yeshua by night and said unto him, Rabbi, we know that thou art a teacher come from the Most High. For no man can do these miracles that thou doest, except the Most High be with him. Yeshua answered and said unto him, Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of light. Nicodemus saith unto him, How can a man be born when he is old? Can he enter the second time into his mother's womb and be born? Yeshua answered, Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born of water and of the Spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of light. That which is born of flesh is flesh, and that which is born of spirit is spirit. Marvel not that I said unto thee, Ye must be born again. The wind bloweth where it listeth, and thou hearest the sound thereof, but canst not tell whence it cometh, and whither it goeth. So is every one that is born of the Spirit. Nicodemus answered and said unto him, How can these things be? Yeshua answered and said unto him, Art thou a master of Israel, and knowest not these things? Verily, verily, I say unto thee, we speak that we do know, and testify that we have seen, and ye receive not our witness. If I have told you earthly things, and ye believe not, how shall ye believe if I tell you heavenly things? Yeshua directed Nicodemus to the kingdom of light and the kingdom of darkness. Heavenly things are from above, and earthly things beneath. Likewise, born again directs us to the upper realm. So let's look up both words in Greek. I'll start with again. Strong's G 509. The recurring theme is from above or from the beginning. Why from the beginning? It's because Yeshua is Alpha and Omega. He is the beginning and the end. There was light in the beginning, and there will be light in the end. Let's precept that with some scriptures. Alpha, 2 Enoch chapter 25 verses 2 through 3. And I said to him, Disintegrate yourself, Adoil, and let what is born from you become visible. And he disintegrated himself, and there came out a very great light. And I was in the midst of the great light, and light out of light is carried thus. And the great age came out, and it revealed all the creation which I had thought up to create, and I saw how good it was. 2 Enoch chapter 31 verses 1 through 2. The Most High hands over paradise to Adam, and gives him a command to look upon the heavens, open, and that he might look upon the angels singing the triumphal song. Adam, mother, earthly, and life. And I created a garden in Eden, in the east, so that he might keep the agreement and preserve the commandment. And I created for him an open heaven, so that he might look upon the angels singing the triumphal song. And the light which is never darkened was perpetually in paradise. View is a synonym for the word look. So to apply this to the field of vision definition, the definition only used the singular form of an eye. Some may wonder how Adam could see the heavens if he was blind. Well, I process it this way. Imagine traveling on a dark road and a vehicle approaching in the opposite direction unexpectedly turns its high beams on. What will happen to your physical eyes? Omega, Revelation chapter 21, verse 23. And the city had no need of the sun, neither of the moon, to shine in it, for the glory of the Most High did lighten it, and the Lamb is the light thereof. Revelation chapter 22, verse 5. And there shall be no night there, and they need no candle, neither light of the sun, for the Most High Elohim giveth them light, and they shall reign forever and ever. Isaiah chapter 60, verse 19. The sun shall be no more thy light by day, neither for brightness shall the moon give light unto thee. But the Most High shall be unto thee an everlasting light, and thy deity thy glory. Everything will transform into the beginning state, so that glory in Adam and Eve's hearts shall return. And this is confirmed in the definition of the word born. Strong's G 1080. It includes the prize to regenerate. Note the word regenerate because it will reappear on a later slide. Psalm chapter 36, verse 9. For with thee is the fountain of life, in thy light shall we see light. When we are born again, we are supposed to see the light. I stress this point because the rebirth is not as described when I attended churches. I'm not sure about anyone else, but I faintly recall we are born again when we confess our sins. However, that can't be the case because the soul must go through a conversion process. I believe 2 Peter chapter 1 verse 19 describes the rebirth. The Hebrew word for born includes additional phrases such as cause to arise and spring. These words are essential because Yeshua is the day dawn, day star, and day spring. Luke chapter 11 verse 34 teaches that light fills the body when the eye is single. Now apply that to the definition for the field of vision. While you do that, I'll dash to the book of Enoch for a precept that we must be born of light. First, Enoch chapter 108 verses 11 through 14. I encourage you to read the entire chapter. I'm picking up in verse 11 for the sake of time. So now I shall summon their spirits if they are born of light, and change those who are born in darkness, those whose bodies were not recompensed with honor as they deserve for their faithfulness. I shall bring them out to the bright light, those who have loved my holy name, and seat them by one upon the throne of his honor. And they shall be resplendent for ages that cannot be numbered. For the judgment of the Most High is righteousness, because he will give faith as well as the paths of truth to the faithful ones in the resting place. Then they shall see those who were born in darkness being taken into darkness, while the righteous ones shall be resplendent. That concludes this one. So let's move to the next word from Colossians chapter 1 verses 12 through 17. The Greek word for principalities is Strong's G 746. The words power and rule lead us to Ephesians chapter 6 verse 12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. The screenshot reveals that spiritual means regenerate. It's the same word in the definition for born. However, spiritual wickedness in verse 12 references supernatural beings. These are the wicked entities who have plotted against Israel for multiple generations, and their goal is to stop us from transforming. Now let's look at the other underlined words from Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12. The Greek word for rulers is in Strong's G 2888. The biblical usage is as Lord of the world, Prince of this age, and the devil and his demons. So Satan is only a prince of the impious age. Why is that? It's because the Most High created darkness before he formed Lucifer. And the Greek word for world confirms he is a ruler of this age. So now we have another witness to what the apocalypse of Adam reported in chapter 1, verse 5. World means age. And I'm excited to report that I found a direct link between ages and breathing. Here's a larger screenshot of Strong's G165. The Thayer's Greek lexicon includes that eon is so connected with to breathe, blow, as to denote properly that which causes life, vital force. So let's take lexicon's suggestion by going to Ephesians chapter 2. It recommends verse 2, but I'll start with verse 1. And you hath he quickened, who were dead in trespasses and sins, wherein in time past ye walked according to the course of this world, according to the prince of the power of the air, the spirit that now worketh in the children of disobedience, among whom also we all had our conversation in times past, in the lust of our flesh, fulfilling the desires of the flesh and of the mind, and were by nature the children of wrath, even as others. This time course is the eon, and the world is cosmos. Also, verse 2 explains that the source of the children's disobedience comes from the air. So it benefits us to gather more intel on how this works. Air is Strong's G109, and it is the atmospheric region. Since spiritual wickedness rules darkness, we understand that verses 2 and 3 refer to the impious age. Now recall that scent or radar detects atmospheric conditions. I explained that we replicate or imitate these conditions. This idea may be foreign to some, but consider that Adam didn't animate until the breath of life entered his body. So it's that breath that inspires our ideas. Job chapter 33, verse 4. The Spirit of Yah hath made me, and the breath of the Almighty hath given me life. Job chapter 32, verse 8. But there is a spirit in man, and the inspiration of the Almighty giveth them understanding. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 7, verses 24 through 26. For wisdom is more moving than any motion. She passes and goeth through all things by the reason of her pureness. For she is the breath of the power of the Most High, and a pure influence flowing from the glory of the Almighty. Therefore can no defiled thing fall into her. For she is the brightness of the everlasting light, the unspotted mirror of the power of the Most High, and the image of his goodness. Influence is power and authority. These phrases are witnesses that heavenly wisdom is one of the 7 horns. I will not review the synonyms because the mind map is on the next slide. Each equivalent from the previous slide is bolded in black. I will not explain this either because I'll reference the parts needed on later slides, but feel free to pause the video to review it now. Let's analyze scriptures related to the mark of the beast to understand how this process works. I will not review all the book of Revelation, but I summarize key verses. Revelation chapter 12, verse 3. Great red dragon appeared in heaven with 7 heads, 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his heads. An appearance occurred in the atmospheric region. The next verse reveals his name. Revelation chapter 12, verse 9. Dragon, that old serpent called the devil, and Satan cast into the earth along with his angels. Is he Azazel from the Apocalypse of Abraham chapter 23? Or was Azazel working for Satan? Revelation chapter 13, verse 1. A beast rose from the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, with crowns on his horns, and the name of blasphemy on his heads. Notice that the beast rose from the water. However, his appearance is slightly different from the great red dragon. The crowns are on his horns. Revelation chapter 13, verse 2. The dragon gave the beast power, his seat, and great authority. Here's the first reference to earthly wisdom, because power and authority is influence. The dragon delegated this duty to the beast. Revelation chapter 13, verse 3. One of the beast's heads got wounded, but after it healed, the world wondered after the beast. There's a match, because this verse reminds me of the judgment on the serpent from Genesis chapter 3, verse 15. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Revelation chapter 13, verse 6. The beast blasphemed the Most High, his name, the tabernacle, and others who dwell in heaven. Revelation chapter 13, verses 16 through 17. The beast caused all to receive a mark in their right hand or foreheads, and a man might buy and sell only if they obtained the mark, name, or number of his name. As mentioned earlier, a mark, name, and number work together. Even the right hand and forehead are related. So in this case, or is used to connect alternative terms for the same thing, because it references a form of wisdom. And the next verse directs us to what I'm saying. Revelation chapter 13, verse 18. Here is wisdom. Those with understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. I will tie this into influence after going through the final verses. Revelation chapter 14, verse 9. The third angel announced a proclamation against those who worship the beast and his image, and anyone who received his mark in their forehead or hand. Revelation chapter 14, verse 10. The angel continued that the people's torment is with fire and brimstones in the presence of the holy angels and the Lamb. Revelation chapter 14, verse 11. This verse describes the smoke of torment ascending forever for those who worship the beast, his image, and who receive the mark of his name. Notice that the mark and name are not separate. So what is his name? Return to Revelation chapter 13, verse 1. His name is blasphemy. Let's see whether his offspring imitates their idol. Revelation chapter 16, verses 10 through 11. The fifth angel poured out his vial upon the seat of the beast, and the people gnawed their tongues in pain, blasphemed the Most High, and refused to repent. As expected, the wicked children couldn't help themselves. But I have one more scripture for you. Revelation chapter 17, verse 3. So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast, full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. The woman is the nation spreading blasphemous behaviors worldwide under the pretense of democracy and human rights. If you disagree with her abominable acts, she attempts to cancel you in one form or another. Therefore, the mark of the beast is the mark of blasphemy or image of blasphemy, and his kingdom was full of darkness. We know, and his number is 666. Apocalypse of Abraham, chapter 23, verse 11. Is Azazel and the beast in Revelation the same? I must point out that an equivalent for impiety is blasphemy. So you make the determination. In the meantime, let's look at the mind map for influence. It connects to count, name, number, mark, image, and color. So we can't have one without the other. For those who think there is no way the mark of the beast is the image of blasphemy, then explain Ezekiel chapter 8, verses 1 through 5. If there is an image of jealousy, why can't there be an image of blasphemy? If you continue reading the chapter, you'll learn that the Most High described the idols as creeping things and beasts. Here's another mind-boggling question. Did the beastly images appear in the physical and the spiritual realms? If someone other than Ezekiel went northward at the gate of the altar, would they see the image of jealousy with their physical eyes? It's something to think about. But what is a Greek usage for blasphemy? It is impious and reproachful speech, injurious to divine majesty. But I interpret it as speech harmful to those seeking heavenly glory. So the usage directs us to the Most High's formula. PA is the impious age, SS equals the kingdom of darkness, and W equals the children of darkness, because they are the earthly vessels promoting wickedness through laws, medicine, education, religion, and media. So this takes us to the final thing a newborn receives to prove citizenship in America: the Social Security number. I will only read the part deconstructing the Social Security number. As a result of the June 1936 decision, the current Social Security number is composed of 3 parts. The first 3 digits are the area number, the next 2 digits are the group number, and the final 4 digits are the serial number. The area number is based on the zip code or geographic area of registration. The group number is used to maximize the utility of mechanical equipment, and to verify the accuracy of punch cards. And the serial number is a number, usually one of a series, assigned for identification. All these numbers have spiritual meaning, but I will only focus on the area number for the sake of time. But I still want to see how they all fit around a circle. So I used an analog clock as my benchmark. If you move 3 positions clockwise, it takes you to the location of Eve, which means life or living. I call this the residence number. For the group number, one must move 2 more numbers to land on the children of Israel. Spiritually, this is the formation number because it relates to the imagination. Lastly, moving 4 positions takes us to where Adam sits. I call this the enduring number because it represents everlasting life or death. I'm speculating, of course, but it may have some merit because the area number is due to one's zip code. For example, residents living in New York, their area number are between 050 and 134. West Virginia between 232 and 236. And Georgia between 252 and 260. I'm suspicious that the number 666 isn't on the list. However, I also didn't find other numbers like 680 and 734 through 749. But let me move on before I go deep into my conspiracy theories. Now, let's revisit the zip code. Synonyms for zip are sparkle, life, punch, and spirit. Therefore, zip code also means life code or spirit code. Code has multiple meanings, but I picked the tab related to the cosmos. The mind map reveals that it connects to the word behavior. Therefore, one's zip code, life code, or spirit code influence one's behavior. Now let's review official definitions of blasphemy. It means impious utterance or action concerning the Most High or sacred things and irreverent behavior toward anything held sacred, priceless, etc. A blasphemous and impious nation despised the natural order. And sad to say, while we slept, they programmed many of us to participate in their madness. But through the Most High's power and grace, He awakens more of His people daily. This illustration also tells the tale that our behavior is related to matters of the soul. But I'll handle that with the forehead and right hand. Let's go back to the table for Colossians chapter 1, verses 12 through 17. And He is before all things, and by Him all things consist. This verse repeats that Yeshua is before and above all things. The word consist is to put together by way of composition or combination, to teach by combining and comparing, and to put together, unite parts into one whole. According to this verse, Yeshua is the one behind the curtains putting all the pieces together. How? He's doing it by the way of composition or combination. An official definition of composition is the act of combining parts or elements to form a whole. If I think about that, invisible things enter our bodies in the form of breath. So there must be a mastermind in the background combining the pieces to form the whole, similar to how the brain combines visible images. So what's another name for the mastermind behind these things? It's the potter from the potter's house. Precept, John chapter 1 verse 3. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. Here's another one. Zechariah chapter 12 verse 1. The burden of the word of the Most High for Israel, saith the Most High, which stretcheth forth the heavens, and layeth the foundation of the earth, and formeth the spirit of man within him. Even when the vessel is marred, he is the one who made it. Romans chapter 1 verses 28 through 32. And even as they did not like to retain the Most High in their knowledge, the Most High gave them over to a reprobate mind, to do those things which are not convenient, being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whisperers, backbiters, haters of the Most High, despiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents, without understanding, covenant breakers, without natural affection, implacable, unmerciful, who knowing the judgment of the Most High, that they which commit such things are worthy of death, not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them. For those who choose darkness, the Most High gave them over to a reprobate mind. Reprobate is Strong's G96, and it means their spiritual value is worthless. Clarifications is located on the mind map on this slide. A reprobate is full of unrighteousness. So let's look at the Greek word for being filled. Strong's G4137. The outline of biblical usage includes to make full, to fill up, that is, to fill to the full, to render full, that is, to complete. Under the Roman numeral 2, to fill to the top, so that nothing shall be wanting, to full measure, fill to the brim. And drum roll, to consummate a number. What number? Perhaps 666. I caution people not to get impregnated with that number. Now take a look at the Strong's definitions. I underline level up a hollow. Figuratively, to furnish or imbue, diffuse, influence, and finish a period or task. In regards to furnishing, imbue equals ingrain and impregnate. Diffuse equal broadcast, circulated, and radiated. And influence remind us of strength and authority. So now we must tackle the phrase level up a hollow. The Hellenistic Synagogal Prayers, chapter 3, verse 20 says, the Most High created the soul out of non-being, nothing. Nothing is hollow or empty space. The precept is Proverbs chapter 13, verse 25. Recall that the Hebrew Chaldean lexicon described the belly as hollow and empty. So we can associate the soul with an empty stomach until it's filled up. I'll continue to explain using the graph of the X and Y axis. Nothing starts in the zero position. However, it has multiple possibilities from the seeds that one plants. For example, think about an empty drinking glass. One must place something in the glass to draw something out of nothing. This scenario reinforces the law, you reap what you sow. And our enemies have mastered this process, which explains why it was vital for them to cut our spiritual hair. Then they can fill nothing with all manner of unrighteousness. Let's go back to the Hellenistic synagogal prayers, chapter 3, verse 20. Man is a microcosm of the cosmos, but what does that mean? A little world, a world in miniature, opposed to macrocosm. And anything regarded as a representative, miniature version of a larger complex, reality. Reality equals facts of existence or facts of breath. Facts equal inside information or numbers. What about that larger complex? Cosmo is all creation as a whole. Therefore, a person's reality or microcosm is from either the age of justice or the impious age. They become a miniature version of the foundation from which their reality stands. And we can affirm this in the definitions of reality. It's the state or quality of being real, but it also says resemblance to what is real. This leads back to the scripture, Hebrews chapter 1, verses 1 through 3. Let's apply reality to the phrases his person and express image. His person is Strong's G 5287. The outline of biblical usage includes that which has actual existence, a substance, real being. Now on to express image. What does that mean? The mark stamped upon that instrument or wrought out on it. Also, it's the exact expression, the image of any person or thing. Marked likeness, precise reproduction in every respect. That is, facsimile. Therefore, an express image follows the law, kind after his kind. So this explains why the offspring imitated the image of blasphemy. Now let's switch gears. If you look at Revelation chapter 16, verse 10, the fifth angel poured out his vial upon the seat of the beast. Where is his spiritual seat? It's in the soul. Strong's H 5315. The biblical usage includes seat of the appetites, seat of emotions and passions. Now let's go to 2 Corinthians chapter 10, verses 3 through 5. For though we walk in the flesh, we do not war after the flesh. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through Yahweh to the pulling down of strongholds, casting down imaginations and every high thing that exalteth itself against the knowledge of Yah, and bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of the Messiah. Now let's look at carnal and imaginations in Greek. Carnal is Strong's G 4559, and it is having the nature of flesh that is under the control, influence, authority of the animal appetites, plus having its seat in the animal nature or aroused by the animal nature. The Strong's definition displays the word unregenerate. A person regenerate during the rebirth process. However, a carnal person can't transform into light. Now, what is the role of the imagination according to the Greek? The biblical usage tells us that it does reckoning and computation. This confused me, so I revisited Strong's H 2803. Remember, imagine means to plait or interpenetrate. Now recall that the Greek usage for being filled contained to consummate a number. So the screenshot on the top right shows that interpenetrate means impregnation. Ideally, this happens when the groom and bride consummate the marriage. But what does it mean to consummate something spiritually? To bring to a state of perfection, fulfill, to complete an arrangement, agreement, or the like. Therefore, to consummate a number is to follow a specific pattern, structure, framework, design, and figure. For this reason, the imagination calculates what a person desires. But what does that mean? Your thoughts determine what you value or treasure. Matthew chapter 6, verses 19 through 24. Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. The light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. But if thine eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other. Ye cannot serve the Most High and Mammon. Now it's time to deal with the mark in the right hand or forehead. I think the word or is also used to connect alternative terms for the same thing. And I'll explain why I believe that. Let's revisit Revelation chapter 13, verses 16 through 18. And he causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. It's evident from verse 18 that wisdom is the spirit involved with counting the number of the beast. According to this flow, she's integrated in all stages of the manifestation process. So now it's time to review right hand in Greek. Strong's G 1118. Metaphorically, it's a place of honor or authority, influence. But it's the Strong's definition that piqued my interest because they include the right side or feminine hand as that which usually takes. I know it's been a while, but that should remind you of what? The life cycle process. Take, eat, and give. So let's hurry back to when Eve took the fruit. Genesis chapter 3, verse 6. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. Pleasant and desire are key words because they direct us to the breathing substance. But they are also enticing words for the desirability of wisdom. Now let's go to Proverbs chapter 3, verses 13 through 18 to match those key words, and then eventually I'll return to this slide. Happy is the man that findeth wisdom, and the man that getteth understanding. For the merchandise of it is better than the merchandise of silver, and the gain thereof than fine gold. She is more precious than rubies, and all the things thou canst desire are not to be compared unto her. Length of days is in her right hand, and in her left hand riches and honor. Her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. She is the tree of life to them that lay hold upon her, and happy is every one that retaineth her. King Solomon skillfully revealed that wisdom is the ultimate prize. Nevertheless, due to our ancestors' disobedience, the world manifests two forms of wisdom. So we must choose between the wisdom of life and the wisdom of death. Proverbs chapter 3, verse 16 says, "Length of days is in her right hand." In this case, the right hand symbolizes the continuation of life. Likewise, the mark in the right hand from the book of Revelation determines the soul's longevity. Both verses imply that our wisdom is the benchmark, and it's true when following the breadcrumbs on the thesaurus. Wisdom of Sirach, chapter 1, verses 4 through 10. Wisdom hath been created before all things, and the understanding of prudence from everlasting. The word of Elohim Most High is the fountain of wisdom, and her ways are everlasting commandments. To whom hath the root of wisdom been revealed? Or who hath known her wise counsels? Unto whom hath the knowledge of wisdom been made manifest? And who hath understood her great experience? There is one wise and greatly to be feared, the Most High sitting upon his throne. He created her, and saw her, and numbered her, and poured her out upon all his works. She is with all flesh according to his gift, and he hath given her to them that love him. Let's continue with the next slide. Here's a comparison of the Hebrew and Greek words for the phrase right hand. The primary similarity between the two is the right hand or right side. However, the Hebrew says the side, leg, eye of a person or other object, whereas Greek says feminine hand as that which usually takes. Since the Hebrew tells us that it's also related to the eye, I'll show a mind map of the word side. I chose the tab noun point of view because the mark is about the state of the mind. The three branches are hand, appearance, and viewpoint. For now, focus on the top branch. Notice that hand connects to influence, weight, value, mark, use, and worth. So the mark in the right hand decides a person's importance, value, and worth. Remember the phrase, make one wise is the same as Israel guiding his right hand on Ephraim's head and his left on Manasseh's head? Therefore, the right hand points toward respiration, breathe on the female's creation process flow. So Proverbs chapter 3, verse 16 makes a lot of sense because the length of days is in wisdom's right hand. Now back to Genesis chapter 3, verse 6. The phrase, she took of the fruit, splits into two Hebrew words. Strong's H 3947 includes enfold, place, and use. And we can see from Strong's H 6529 that the fruit is one's reward. Now here's a mind map of the three words from Strong's H3947. Number 1 represents merging the male and female genetic code to produce offspring after his kind. Then I foresee that number 3 determines the offspring's spiritual worth based on their numerical values. Here's a larger screenshot of Strong's H6529. The outline of biblical usage for fruit is produce of the ground, offspring, children, the progeny of the womb, figuratively, the fruit of actions. Letter A reinforces that the invisible fruit is from light or dark territories. Another one to look at is the fruit of actions. This phrase translates as fruit of behaviors. So behaviors come from an invisible realm. Apocalypse of Abraham, chapter 9, verses 9 through 10. And then I will show you the things which were made by the ages, and by my word, and affirmed, created, and renewed. And I will announce to you in them what will come upon those who have done evil and just things in the race of man. Now let's learn from King Solomon's experience to determine the compensation for certain behaviors. The language in 1 Kings chapter 3 verses 26 through 27 says, "In no wise slay." There is no grammatical reason to use that phrase unless the goal is to direct a person to something. So let's play around with it. A synonym for no is not. Therefore, could it mean not wise slay? The Strong's definitions suggest this is true because it contains worthy of death. And that aligns with the different names for the two seeds. If a person's wisdom is from light, they are worthy of everlasting life. However, if their wisdom is from darkness, they are worthy of death. So even though they have earthly wisdom, they are not truly wise. Deuteronomy chapter 30, verses 15 through 19. See, I have set before thee this day life and good, death and evil. In that I command thee this day to love the Most High thy Elohim, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments, and his statutes, and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply. And the Most High thy Elohim shall bless thee in the land whither thou goest to possess it. But if thine heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shalt be drawn away, and worship other deities and serve them, I denounce unto you this day that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land, whither thou passest over Jordan to go to possess it. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I've set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. For the sake of time, please review Deuteronomy chapter 4, verses 1 through 6, because it teaches that keeping and doing the Most High's laws, statutes, and commandments is wisdom and understanding. And number 2 reinforces the idea that we should know and remember these things. Micah chapter 6, verses 9 through 13. The Most High's voice crieth unto the city, and the man of wisdom shall see thy name. Hear ye the rod, and who hath appointed it? Are there yet the treasures of wickedness in the house of the wicked, and the scant measure that is abominable? Shall I count them pure with the wicked balances, and with the bag of deceitful weights? For the rich men thereof are full of violence, and the inhabitants thereof have spoken lies, and their tongue is deceitful in their mouth. Therefore also will I make thee sick in smiting thee, in making thee desolate because of thy sins. If you follow the abominable train, the shipping containers ultimately lead to blasphemous, impious, and impudent. Doing these things makes a person unworthy of everlasting life. In Strong's G 514 confirms what I'm saying. The outline of biblical usage includes weighing, having weight, having the weight of another thing of like value, worth as much, of one who has merited anything worthy, both in a good and bad sense. In the KJV translation count, I underlined unworthy with G 3756. And Acts chapter 13, verse 46 on the right confirms it means unworthy of everlasting life, which is equivalent to death. Another observation is that the Strong's definition include deserving, comparable, or suitable, as if drawn praise. This description reminded me of Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 17, worshiping other deities. Worship is praise, right? We must look at praise from the perspective of replicating images because of the words deserving, comparable, and suitable. So here's a screenshot from thesaurus.com. I place stars next to the relevant words. However, we must investigate the word puff due to its relationship to breath and praise. When thinking about puff, we must observe it as a verb and a noun to understand drawn praise. The verb form means to inhale or exhale air, and the equivalents on the list are the words blow, breathe, draw, and fill. As a noun, puff means advertisement, and as illustrated, there is a check mark next to the word praise. The following slide reveals the mind map to show puff connects to a person's worth. As you may see, it's all connected. I'm not making this stuff up. It's like handed to me on a silver platter. But I've learned that you must examine the connection between words to ascertain the meaning. So this is what Revelation chapter 13 verse 3 talks about when it says, all the world wondered after the beast. Now let's revisit Romans chapter 5 verse 14. Figure takes us back to the mark of a stroke or blow, print. So let's find two of the words on the puff's mind map. It bear witness that commendation links to stroke and blow. John chapter 1 verse 12. But as many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of light, even to them that believe on his name. Receive him means to take the good fruit. So figure also mean an example to be imitated of men worthy of imitation. Now let's look up praise. Strong's H 8416. Renown, fame, glory. Figuratively, it's the object of praise, a possessor of renown. Of course, I mind map renown so you can see all the familiar words. Another word for praise is Strong's H 3034. The definitions contain to use, that is, hold out the hand, physically to throw a stone, an arrow, at or away, especially to revere or worship with extended hands. So this explains the next ode. Ode of Solomon, Ode 27. I extended my hands and hallowed my Elohim. For the expression of my hands is his sign, his mark, and my extension is the upright cross. Hallelujah. Let's return to Revelation chapter 13, verse 16. And he causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads. Let's dive right into this. When looking at the application of Strong's G 3359 for in the foreheads, one may realize that it's not exclusive to the mark of the beast. For example, Revelation chapter 7 verse 3, chapter 9 verse 4, and chapter 14 verse 1 stress that the seal or name of the Most High is in the servants' foreheads. Based on this assessment, there's a mark for good and another for evil. So now we must go into what in the forehead means. And my position is whether it's the right hand, image, name, forehead, or number, it's all the same. And I'll continue to share why I came to that conclusion. The best place to start is with the Greek word for forehead. Strong's G 3359. The usage says it's the space between the eyes, the forehead. Then the definitions continue with ops, the face, the forehead, as opposite the countenance. What does that mean? In this case, the proper equivalent for the opposite is facing. According to Merriam-Webster Dictionary, facing is located directly across from something, opposite. For example, imagine that you are facing a mirror. You are standing opposite of your face. Similar to this illustration, Adam and Eve are facing each other. So when we portray a particular behavior, we mirror its attribute. Revelation chapter 17, verse 5. The thing to notice is the abomination in the forehead correlates with whoredom. Precept, Jeremiah chapter 3, verses 1 through 3. They say, if a man put away his wife, and she go from him, and become another man's, shall he return unto her again? Shall not that land be greatly polluted? But thou hast played the harlot with many lovers, yet return again to me, saith the Most High. Lift up thine eyes unto the high places, and see where thou hast not been lean with. In the ways hast thou sat for them, as the Arabian in the wilderness, and thou hast polluted the land with thy whoredoms and with thy wickedness. Therefore the showers have been withholden, and there hath been no latter rain. And thou hast a whore's forehead, thou refusest to be ashamed. The word of the Most High is on point. He calls it what it is, a whore's forehead. This concept has spiritual application. Now granted, the spiritual eye is located in our foreheads. However, we must connect it to the intrinsic value of whoredom. We can learn these verses in tension by breaking up the word forehead. For is a prefix meaning before in space, time, condition, etc. Front, superior, etc. The table on the right shows the synonyms for these words. The equivalents point to period, age, eon, lastingness, reputation, and influence. So the first part of the forehead already directs us to the mark, but I'll keep going. The definition of fore includes the word front. Hence, I included a screenshot from thesaurus.com. The blue arrow points to the tab, noun forward, beginning part of something. And one of the equivalents is the forehead. But what is the beginning part of something? We can trace the steps to 2 Enoch chapter 25. The beginning part of something is when a Doyle disintegrated. It's when the age of justice was born. And light out of light is carried thus. Translate as light out of light is propelled in this way. Then the definition for propelled is to drive or cause to move forward or onward. And the word forward should take your mind back to the screenshot for the word front. Now let's look at a sentence use of the word forehead to get understanding. Flames in the forehead of the morning sky. If the forehead represents the beginning or early parts of something, what time of the day is the forehead of the morning sky? Perhaps dawn? Then this example describes the day dawn, day star, and day spring. Now we must handle the word forward from the screenshot for the word front. A check mark is next to the phrase into prominence. I mind mapped the word prominence. As you may tell, it maps to all the pertinent words. And I could have gone further, but I restrained myself to keep the illustration manageable. The three words that take us directly to the mark in the forehead are prominence, conspicuousness, and influence. We already know that influence is a form of wisdom. Now let's go to the Hebrew word for forehead to find the other terms. Strong's H6496. The definitions say, from an unused root meaning to be clear, that is conspicuous, the forehead as open and prominent, brow, forehead, impudent. Now we have an introduction to another word that appeared on one of the other mind maps. Where have you seen impudent before? It's at the end of the shipping containers on the abominable train. Let's ensure impudent maps back to the word forward. A definition of impudent is bold and shameless. So we can imagine why Jeremiah chapter 3 verse 3 says, "O whore's forehead, thou refusest to be ashamed." The use of that phrase described Israel as impudent. But here's an official definition. Marked by contemptuous or cocky boldness or disregard of others, insolent. Now, the story about the wiles of the harlot is an example of impudent behavior. I think these verses portray the daughter of Babylon. Proverbs chapter 7 verses 1 through 27. My son, keep my words, and lay up my commandments with thee. Keep my commandments and live, and my law as the apple of thine eye. Bind them upon thy fingers, write them upon the table of thine heart. Say unto wisdom, thou art my sister, and call understanding thy kinswoman, that they may keep thee from the strange woman, from the stranger which flattereth with her words. For at the window of my house I looked through my casement, and beheld among the simple ones, I discern among the youths a young man void of understanding, passing through the street near her corner, and he went the way to her house. In the twilight, in the evening, in the black and dark night. And behold, there met him a woman with the attire of an harlot, and a subtle of heart. She is loud and stubborn, her feet abide not in her house. Now is she without, now in the streets, and lieth in wait at every corner. So she caught him and kissed him, and with an impudent face said unto him, I have peace offerings with me. This day have I paid my vows. Therefore came I forth to meet thee diligently, to seek thy face, and I have found thee. I have decked my bed with coverings of tapestry, with carved works, with fine linen of Egypt. I have perfumed my beds with myrrh and aloes and cinnamon. Come, let us take our fill of love until the morning. Let us solace ourselves with loves. For the good man is not at home, he is gone a long journey. He hath taken a bag of money with him, and will come home at the day appointed. With her much fair speech she caused him to yield. With the flattering of her lips she forced him. He goeth after her straightway, as an ox goeth to the slaughter, or as a fool to the correction of the stocks, till a dart strike through his liver, as a bird hasten to the snare, and knoweth not that it is for his life. Hearken unto me now, therefore, O ye children, and attend to the words of my mouth. Let not thine heart decline to her ways, go not astray in her paths. For she hath cast down many wounded, yea, many strong men have been slain by her. Her house is the way to hell, going down to the chambers of death. Look at face from Proverbs chapter 7, verse 13. It's Strong's H 6440. Forepart, front, and impudent is on the list. Now I have to connect this back to the judgment on Adam. Genesis chapter 3, verses 17 through 19. And unto Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree which I commanded thee, saying, Thou shalt not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for thy sake. In sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground. For out of it wast thou taken, for dust thou art, and until dust shalt thou return. Return means reward and recompense. Let's review the Hebrew word for face. Strong's H 639. Face means forehead, nose, and nostrils, but it's also equivalent to worthy. Ezekiel chapter 16 verse 12 is the only scripture that translates the Hebrew word for face as the forehead. I went to that verse to determine whether it meant nose, nostril, or the forehead. Honestly, this verse didn't give me a clue, so I had to look up the word jewel. The Hebrew usage is ring, nose ring, or earring. So the forehead is talking about the nose. And this is befitting since it's one of the entry points of the invisible substances. Now I need to connect all of this to the spiritual eye. On the left is the Hebrew word for forehead, and on the bottom right is the screenshot for the eye. Notice that both contain the word brow. Dictionary.com says that a brow is the forehead, a person's countenance or mien. A mien is air, bearing, or demeanor, as showing character, feeling, etc. And the mind map reveals that it defines a person's spiritual values or address. RGB values for light are 244, 250, and 252. RGB values for darkness are 6,6,6. These are known as the area number, the zip, life, or spirit code. I call this the residence number. And that number determines a person's value and worth. If that number equals light, you're worthy of life. However, if it equals darkness, you're worthy of death. How did I obtain the values for light? Matthew chapter 6, verse 22. The light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. The word single figuratively means clear, which are the light values. The light returns the elect to the original state of Adam, because ruddy means full of life. Psalm chapter 19, verses 7 through 11. The law of the Most High is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of the Most High is sure, making wise the simple. The statutes of the Most High are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Most High is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear of the Most High is clean, enduring forever. The judgments of the Most High are true and righteous altogether. More to be desired are they than gold, yea, than much fine gold, sweeter also than honey and the honeycomb. Moreover, by them is thy servant warned, and in keeping of them there is great reward. And here's another mind map of the word conspicuous from the Hebrew definition of the forehead. Notice how it links to the descriptions in the Hebrew word for the right hand. Finally, here's a spiritual definition of leprosy. I'm mentioning this because Leviticus chapter 13, verses 42 through 43 says a person is unclean if there is leprosy in their forehead. Leprosy is a morally or spiritually harmful influence. Now let's update the 7 things associated with the bruise flow. The last thing to add is territory. Now to answer the teaser at the beginning of the presentation, who loves the mark of the beast? An impious man. In closing, it's imperative to fully understand the meaning of the mark of the beast. If anyone was like me, I thought it was a future event. However, now that I walked through the process, the enemy rolled the mark out in stages through medicine, religion, social norms, and political laws. The goal is to get people to the state of full of darkness. And sad to say, we are guilty of casting our votes for the wickedness. If you still don't know what I'm talking about, think about when Yeshua said, if the light in thee is darkness, how great is that darkness? Once a person's life code gets to 666, it means they encompass all the sins. Therefore, I caution all who watch this video to remember Romans chapter 6, verse 23. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of the Most High is eternal life through Yeshua HaMashiach, our King. This marks the end of this video. Please stay tuned for presentation 2.